to thank you. Please ask you just to fill up the final seats. The world needs alliances that allow us to approach in an efficient manner all the challenges that we face on a local level, on a regional level, and globally. In a world scenario that has been affected by the post-pandemic era and these armed conflicts that are threatening our stabilities and the devastating effects of climate change, these transatlantic alliances acquire special relevance in the need of a sustainable recovery and the great power of the relations between these two regions to face common challenges. How can we strengthen the bioregional alliances and to work with a joint agenda in favor of development and common well-being? With a presence in 18 Latin American countries and the Caribbean, and the participation of Spain and Portugal, which this year is celebrating its 20th anniversary. CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, which is one of the multilateral financiers for the region, through the financing of programs and projects which promote the reactivation on an economic level in line with the Sustainable Development Goals to build up a fairer world and offering more opportunities, especially for the people who need it the most. CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Digital Transformation Spoon and the CEOE and the Casa de América. We are now introducing the CAF project, which is relations between Europe and America, alliances for sustainable recovery. What should the priorities be for both regions in the way of strengthening these alliances with a new transatlantic agenda? How can we work together related to sustainable development in order to fulfill the 2030 agenda? What can companies offer with regard to investments focused on a green recovery? What are the economic strengths of the Spanish language to strengthen the international cooperation and to incentivize strategic alliances? At CAF, we work to develop a Latin American, a Caribbean that is more prosperous and inclusive. We want to be the green bank of the region, the bank for reactivation. We are CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vera Cataño, in name of CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. It's a true pleasure to welcome you here this afternoon to the CAF, which is the relations between Europe and Latin American alliances for sustainable recovery, which we are celebrating today here at the Casa de América. We're doing with the support with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Digital Transformation of Spain, as well as the Spanish Confederation of Employees Association, the CEOE. Today, yet another year, we have very important people with us, and we're going to reflect on the state of the transatlantic relation and also the opportunities and the challenges for the future that we have. As always, we would ask everyone to interact through social media, and you can share your opinions there. For example, it's hashtag CAF Europa, and also you can follow our account, which is at Agenda CAF in Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. I would also like to tell you that we're broadcasting live in Spanish, English and Portuguese from our webpage, caf.com, and also through our YouTube channel. Now we are going to start this event, so therefore I would like to call up Mr. Enrique Ojeda, who is the General Director of Casa de América, to give us a few words of welcome this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to this amphitheater of this Casa de América for the CAF Conference, the Latin American Development Bank, the relation to Europe and Latin America, 2022. I'd like to greet Sergio Díaz-Granados, who's the ex-president of CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, the Secretary of State for the Economy and Support for Spain, which is Gonzalo García Andrés, the Vice Minister of El Salvador, ambassadors, friends, and people representing organizations and companies. We're here to promote the alliance between Europe and Latin America. So welcome to this amphitheater here this afternoon. Now, we're so happy to be able to have you all here, because this is the fourth conference, but the two previous ones were stopped because of the pandemic. And so we're delighted to see you all here again. And we can see that the room is full, and we're here to reflect the relationship between Latin America and Europe. This CAF conference, as I've said, is its fourth time it has been held here at Casa América. In the past, it's always been an essential event that has dealt very decisively and with rigor all the key issues in the agenda that is shared between Latin American countries and Spain and Europe. Maybe from these the three former meetings and this one today, and I think that what has been chosen today then is very opportune. It's called Alliances for a Sustainable Recovery. I'm sure that throughout this very productive and intense afternoon today, I'm sure we're going to be debating about the importance of the relationship between these two continents, Europe and Latin America, in order to identify the main opportunities, the challenges that we have ahead. We hope that it's going to be a joint reflection on the bi-regional relationship, and we want to promote alliances, and it will be essential to be able to work in a more efficient manner, in a safer way, in a more uncertain world. In effect, we have a global scenario that is very complex. We're post-pandemic, we have the Ukraine war and the threats of climate change, the crisis for the credibility of democracies all over the world, not just in Latin America. And so we want people to really be responsible citizens. And so now what we would like you to apply solvency and rigor to the political analysis today. We, at the moment that we can strengthen this alliance, obviously from our past experience, this is obvious because the challenges we have are not local, nor are they regional. They cannot be solved in that manner. So we have a group of experts, politicians, opinion leaders who will be offering a purer nature and a diverse analysis of the situation. And we want to fulfill the mandate of the Casa de América. We've been going there for 3 decades, and we've been working together to reflect on Latin America and Europe and to strengthen our relationships. And as we're saying, we've been here since 1992, and as we say, with the idea, this is a meeting place for all the Latin American players. This is a place which is horizontal, plural, inclusive, for everyone. So in the same amphitheater, like a month ago, we held a seminar on the search for new democracy in American Latina, and it was opened by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Alvarez, and I think we will agree, and he at that time he referred to an idea which is underlies today's program. There is no continent that is more Euro-compatible than Latin America and Spain. We share challenges, values, and aspirations. So this is why we think it's a very important event to reflect on this, looking to the future. And as we say, we are at the amphitheater today, and as I say, I was fortunate enough to be working in Chile, and Gabriela Mistral was the first Latin American woman to win a Nobel Prize, and one of her most famous quotes was that my happiest days are those that make us wiser, and I'm convinced that some wiseness, understanding on the relations between Latin America and Europe are going to be seen this afternoon, and a very interesting session ahead. And this will be a day where we'll leave here a little wiser and maybe a little happier. Welcome to the Casa de América and welcome to your home. Thank you very much to the General Director for hosting this yet another day. And this is the 30th anniversary of the Casa de América. I would like to call up Sergio Díaz, who is the ex-president of CEF, who is going to now open this event. Good afternoon, a special welcome to everyone here in the room and those who are following us online through our webpage. I would like to thank the General Director of the Casa de América for being our host today. Last year we were talking about energy transition, and we're very proud that the entire team of CAF who are here today in Madrid. Special greetings to the Secretary of State of the Latin America and the Caribbean and Mr. Trigo, and also the Secretary of State for the Economy and Support for Business, Mr. Gonzalo Garcia Andres. For me, I feel very proud to be able to inaugurate this event today in this edition. As we saw yesterday, we're celebrating what will be forever. This will be a milestone for us, which is the inclusion of Spain in CAF in 2002 as a main shareholder of the bank. And when Spain joined CAF, we financed $3 billion, which is a fourth of the current amount that we use for financing. So it's grown 4 times since Spain joined the bank. We have financial soundness, reputation, which allowed us now to get into the international markets. Since then, and throughout these 2 decades, we have had a partner who's highly committed to the region, and they've always shown this. They wanted to promote better well-being for everyone in Latin America. And that support has helped us to evolve in financial issues, which you can see by the growing amount of transaction. But what is more important is that it has transformed the life of millions of people in Latin America. Only 2 weeks ago now, the Secretary was in Quito closing the finalizing of funding between Spain and Ecuador, $50 million that were divided to all the different regions in Ecuador, and the resources that were invested will show certain social progress and a lot of happiness to millions of families in Ecuador, and that was done through CAF. I would also like to give you important data. Some of the transactions were approved in the year 2021, which was a post-pandemic year. The transactions that were benefited 2.8 million Latin Americans with better drinking water, and 30 million people got new telecommunications infrastructures. And this type of activities will be more thanks to the increase in capital that was approved by our director last December, and that was approved by our shareholders. And so there was a greatest input, 7 billion euros, which will allow the bank to do lots more things from here and now 2013. So together with Spain and other countries, this is a history that we are going to accompany to develop our region. So I wanted to make the most of this anniversary to give a few quotes, which is what to Garcia Marquez when he said this, the loneliness of Latin America, so the loneliness or solitariness of Latin America. But you know, the objective wasn't the modernness, but it was the methods and the times that were important. And he said, this Nobel Prize winner, Mr. Londres, 300 years to build a wall and 300 years to get a bishop. So what's important is just that it's actually done. But we say we don't need to wait so much time if we want to have the vision and the democracy as an instrument that is arising in our country. And we need to have lots of desires, and we want to find solutions and freedom for all our ideas and solutions. So at the moment, all these things are valid, and especially at the moment. But the conclusion, in our opinion, is that Latin America now, well, it was weakened before the pandemic in 2019, and we had low economic growth. The middle class was deteriorating their conditions. So we said there's lots of different conditions. We have 33 countries that make up Latin America and the Caribbean. So therefore, we have so much different history within Latin America. I have a universe of almost 650 million people from the north right down to the south. Our history is also one of big differences, big gaps and social tension, imperfect democracies, fragile ones with problems in investment and health problems. And we have to have these inclusive. Well, this situation was before the COVID, but we've learned from that. Or we have to, you know, just give up, or we have to make a decision to reinvent Latin America and work hand in hand with others. All of those who work for CEF are very optimistic because we have this great challenge ahead, and we're convinced that we can offer possible solutions, and we have to be brave in this decade in order to pave the way for them. The CAF team understands their responsibilities and the situation that it is at the moment. It is possible that our region, of course, today is impatient. It's probably convalescing to a certain extent, but we still have a lot of challenges to face. But we're also very clear, as the Director General said that we've been talking this week, that we said we need a continent needs solutions and a way out of our current crisis. In our first session today, I would just like to make a reference to the content of today's conference. We're going to talk about the portrayal of the General Secretary of the Ibero-American, the Ambassador of the United States in Spain, and the President of the Real Instituto Elcano. And we're going to talk about the need that other European countries beyond, as José Saramago said, beyond our limits. And also we need to get closer relations with our region so that we have better values. But obviously, our region hasn't necessarily had all the attention it needed. We are united with us because we've got a lot of cultural roots. We share values, ideas of democracy, freedom, solidarity, human rights, and a state, rule of law. And so today it's essential more than ever to work. And we know that to achieve these objectives, we have Spain as a true enthusiast to help us because they have built a lot of bridges between the two continents. And CAF has helped us a lot. And today we are here 400 days before we're going to inaugurate the future presidency of the European Union in 2023. And we think that will be a really good time to be able to organize a summit for heads of state between Europe and Latin America. And from CAF, we are offering to support this with a lot of enthusiasm. So we have this macro meeting with all the different ministers of finance and economy and their peers in Europe. So this afternoon we will talk about the risks and exactly explain what our region has to face up for this sustainable recovery. And well, there's a recovery needed for the region, but also this has been highly affected by COVID. But we're not talking about, just getting the vaccinations for them, but we're talking about thousands of children and young people who are under lockdown for the longest possible time, and they weren't able to go to school. So for these reasons, we're experiencing moments where we're looking at new economic recoveries, and we are developing the ideas of social inclusion and sustainability and digital inclusion. And so based on that, our debates here will talk about using the idea that 40% of what we have between now and 2026 will be green finance for Latin America and the Caribbean. And there's a very good reason for this. As Enrique Les has already said this. 9 months ago here in the same room, Latin America is a region that needs to have a solution. You can't have a solution to climate change without Latin America because we've got a lot of diversity and 40% of drinking water and 30% is farming lands, and we've got tropical woods. This is more than sufficient to work together with Latin America to help climate change. So it's very interesting for us to listen to all the people, for example, from the UNESCO, because this morning we have signed an agreement for collaboration between different institutions to work on ethical issues and the need to include ethics into these new technologies. But the most important thing is that any global solution will need great effort related to climate change, food safety, and the energy transition. So this is why I'm delighted today to have with me as a moderator, Alicia Montalvo, who will be our next manager for the positive diversity and climate change. The third panel today, which is the global value of Spanish, we will have Spanish authorities like the president of La Rioja and also the Concepción Andreu, and we will have the High Commissioner for the Alliance for the New Spanish Language, and also we will have Richard Benjamin, who's the president of who is the head of artificial intelligence and strategies for of the 7 million people. The analyst of the five important languages, Chinese, Mandarin, Indian, Arabic, and then Spanish. Spanish is spoken as the first language in more than 20 countries, and so they have a continental region where we have the same language, but some different geographies. And so Spain has a lot of influence in non-Spanish-speaking countries like the United States. Around 60 million people speak Spanish, and in Brazil, around 14 million. So this is universal, more of 600 million people who speak Spanish throughout the world. And also, and I'm talking about Iberoamerica, when the banks protect these assets. Well, I was talking to the bank teams. One of our main assets, which is a very important material fact, is all the Latin Americans that live in the United States. So there's 60 million people who are interested. And so let's work with them, let's protect them, let's be a source of wealth, a source of progress and trade exchange, of remittances to help Latin America. Now, we don't take them into account as an example. This was something as stupid as if you ignore the whole French population within Europe, or for example the population in Portugal when we're talking about the Spanish speakers who are in Brazil. So all the Latin Americans, wherever they are in Europe, they are considered very important assets and allies of the CAF. Anyway, to end in today's interview, we have two important sessions with a lot of wise people, and I don't know, they don't like to be called us. These are people who really defend development in Latin America, Enrique Garcia and Enrique Iglesias. It will be a true pleasure to listen to them today, so they give us their view of their experience related to development in Latin America. And we would like to see their look to the future of our region. And also, we have Alberto Moreno, who wasn't unfortunate to come here, but he has published a book. I recognize that you read it, and he's got several interesting capitals talking about the opportunities for Latin American and the Caribbean. And I would also like to thank the CEOE and Christian Asinelli, who will be giving the final words at this conference. So I especially want to thank the Secretary, Gonzalo Garcia, because throughout this week from CAF, we've had the opportunity to work with several agencies of the Spanish government. So we're leaving Madrid with lots more homework, more abilities, with renewed energy. And this is why I would like to thank you, because let's hope that we can make the most of all the trust that you have done in this to offer more quality of life in our region. I would just like to end by saying this. Last week, I had a meeting in the Vatican with a program which we've launched, and when we had an audience last year with the Pope Francisco, and we said we used his train of thought to inspire all the work we will be doing in the future. And we proposed to carry out a project with the Fundación Colas to renew something which is another attraction that Latin America has, which are the young people. And they're very active Latin American people. And they're very active in things like climate change. So last week at the Vatican, where we met the Pope Francisco, and the director of this foundation, and a rock singer, Mr. Bond. We were all together. And so, as I say, along with Bonan. And so, well, we had a conversation with someone from Haiti who's called Junior, and he was in Creole. He said, you know, well, when somebody's feet hurt, then your eyes have tears in them. So we can't have a relationship without actually recognizing where the pain lies. So we've been working for 50 years now at CAF. We say we're quite mature now, but we're still young at heart. We hope to do things properly, and we hope that this bank becomes known as the friendly bank, the green bank for all our partners, and especially what we always want to maintain, the faith that we can always do what we propose to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. And now I'm going to give the floor to Gonzalo Garcia Andres, Secretary of State for the Economy and Support to Corporations in Spain. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here this afternoon. I have to say that I'm delighted to be here to inaugurate this conference. I think Enrique has allowed us to understand where we are right now in the world, but more specifically in Europe and in Latin America. And he has also explained the work that you have cut out for yourselves this afternoon. I think it couldn't be a better moment. I'm going to try to explain the relationship between Spain and Latin America, but from the point of view of economic policies, public policies, and within this sphere, the role played by the relationship with multilateral institutions. The fact of the matter is that these are difficult times. It's been years of difficult times, of turbulences, exogenous shocks, and we're not really able to say that these difficult times are over. Clearly, though, we need to get used to these difficult times. We need to learn from our past experiences. There is a war raging on the continent, in Europe. This is critical, of course, from a human point of view and from an economic point of view as well, and from the point of view of security as well. This is exactly what happens as economies evolve. There is an ongoing and accelerated transformation, and the Russian invasion of the Ukraine is going to only quicken that change. We need to adapt. There's no doubt. We need to adapt. From the point of view of economic policies, this implies that after having, to a very great degree, overcome the terrible blow that is represented by the pandemic, from a social point of view, from an economic point of view, a calamity which all of us unfortunately have undergone in Europe, in Latin America, in Spain. But now the situation is different. There are restrictions. So on the supply side, for years, we were concerned about demand. Now we're concerned about supply. We have hikes in energy prices. We have distortions. We have problems in the price of foodstuffs. But furthermore, we see the beginning of a change in the financial cycle with the evolution of rates in the US and in other economies. We see inflation rising, and therefore we see that we are facing winds. We are being buffeted by winds. And I have to ask all of you to agree with me when I say that in the face of this situation, economic and public policymakers face a major challenge, but we have to be strong. We've got the instruments, we've got the wherewithal, so if we do what we must do, if we learn from the past, if we look to the future, thinking about our institutions, the links that bring us closer together. And if we think about the potential, for instance, in technology, we will be successful. So first and foremost, we have the institutions that we need. Now is the 20th anniversary of Spain's joining the CAF. The Vice President has pointed this out. It was definitely a very wise decision, joining an institution in which Spain is the leading shareholder outside of the region. We have a stake, our voice is heard, together with other multilateral institutions. These are entities that are very active in the region, and with other Latin American governments, what we see is that they have bolstered our capacity to further contribute to the ultimate objective in our relationship with Latin America, which is to contribute to improving the future of Latin American men and women, ensure that the fundamentals are there for sustainable growth. We have very many opportunities, of course, to continue to delve into that very successful relationship, and there are very many challenges that await. We see the capital increase that's been approved. Of course, the CAF has supported, and this has been so important throughout the pandemic, over 1 year, in responding to the healthcare needs, the social gap that has been broadened by the pandemic. And now we're running out of breath, but we need to refocus and take advantage of opportunity growth. The recovery, be it long-lasting or not. We want it to be long-lasting from a quantitative point of view, but we're not looking to bounce back. What we're looking is for a true rebooting, resetting the basis for future growth, rethinking the opportunities that our young generations will have to take advantage of. And thus, I think that Sergio talked from the Latin American vantage point. I'm going to talk a little bit from the European vantage point. I think that we face situations which often enough are similar. Of course, there are social and economic and cultural differences, but I think that our cooperation has to be such that we can actually learn and join forces, unite our efforts. Europe, upon leaving behind the economic crisis, made mistakes. It's fair to say so now. When we had to deal with a pandemic, European institutions decided to take a quantum leap forward towards integration. And Europe, the European Union, has economic integration, it has financial integration to a very great degree. But in order to respond to the pandemic, it launched the Next Generation, a common joint program, a program based on debt, which was also joint, in order to leap into the future, taking advantage of that transformational energy to change things in the short term and to strengthen the basis of future growth, and at the same time doing this by means of a very ambitious program looking at structural reforms. This, of course, is the Spanish Recovery Plan, which we are executing together with the different regional public administrations and with the private sector as well. Those investments and reforms, which Latin America is also committed to, and which its future and actions depend on, these public economic policies in Latin America are important. And there are three important lines of action investment-wise. There's the energy transition. Some persons have only realized very recently that it is absolutely essential to advance quickly in the reduction of dependency, in the transition. Unfortunately, CAF has been addressing this issue since time ago. Alicia Montalvo now is going to be dealing with this new policy. It is definitely full of opportunities. And then there's a second line of action, which is the digital one. It's essential because we face the challenge of climate change, of course. It's no longer a threat, is it? Now it is here, it is a reality. We see it every day. But we have an opportunity. Transformation, technological progress, which society and the economy have been successfully completing over the past few years. We have to truly leverage this progress, and we need public policies in order to truly make the best of employment, welfare, and productivity. That is our aim within our recovery plan, within España Digital 2025. It's a wonderful opportunity. Latin America will be able to advance all that much more quickly. Latin America will be able to leap forward in terms of transparency, public policies, and increase in productivity. And of course, we have to learn, because the best of all macro numbers are really worth nothing if we do not shrink the gap. We have to strive to ensure that we grow in such a way that opportunities are there for all, setting the bases for education from 0 to 3 years and all the way up to university or vocational training, which will also, from a territorial point of view, will ensure that we all strive forward together. This is absolutely essential, but allow me to underscore the importance of combining this with reforms. I think that Latin America, this is something that Latin America knows. We've seen a little bit of a falling behind in recent years, problems coming to the surface regarding transparency and the fight against corruption and so on. This is limiting to the region. It doesn't allow for the region to progress as quickly as it might. Everyone has priorities, of course. In Latin America, all multilaterals have a very important role. So by facilitating investments and those necessary reforms that accompany investments and that set the bases for private investments, this is absolutely essential. This is a public-private partnership. This is something else that we've learned for sure. The investments carried out by the private sector, the kind of certainty that you need for the private elements to participate in decarbonization. We know this in Europe, we know this in Latin America, and I think that many of the companies involved are active on both sides of the Atlantic and can therefore contribute to those social objectives that we all share. And to finalize, I think that we need to pick up speed. What we cannot do now is just sit and wait. We cannot afford to just say, well, let the market provide a solution. No. We have to be activists in the field of economic policies. And it is extraordinary, but it is what it is. It is what the situation calls for at this point in time. And thus, I think it is absolutely essential to continue to abide by the principles we've learned. We've learned that economic opening is important. Trading, investing, energy independence, transition. In Europe, we've learned how important economic activities are. In Spain, we've always talked about investing in Latin America, and we all know how important integration also is. It's very difficult to integrate countries that are so different, that have such different histories, but it is definitely a step forward. I think that Spain understood this some years ago, and I think that we continue to benefit from this. Europe is advancing along these lines, and in order to successfully overcome these challenges that we have, well, this calls for everyone rowing together. For the region, I think it's also very important, and of course, from Spain, what you will receive is support and backing. A country that will be keen to contribute to helping you achieve your objectives and to be Latin Americans' voice in Latin America. As Sergio said, the second half of 23, we will be presiding the council, and there you know that you will be heard. Latin America will be heard. That bridge between Spain and CAF is going to be a bridge that is going to allow us to come and go, advancing towards that future that we look forward to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary of State. And now we're going to take a family picture with some of the authorities. Would you kindly join me on stage? And I ask the President of CAF, join us, please. It's just going to be a few minutes. Thank you. Please don't leave, don't leave. There's more pictures to be taken. Please join us for the family picture. Mr. Enrique Ojeda, Christian Asinelli, and Alicia Montalvo. Please join us on stage.
We would like to thank the authorities who are with us here today in this opening session. And the Executive President of CAF has said that during this conference we're going to have debates on the transatlantic relations, with the first panel, which is on the challenges for the sustainable recovery, and the second panel will be on the global value of Spanish. Finally, we'll end our day with a dialogue which allows us to offer reflections on the future of the Latin American region. We will be back in a few minutes to continue with this conference. We're going to begin now with the chat, the importance of the transatlantic relationship. Please join me, Andrés Alemán, General Secretary CEGIB, Julissa Reynoso, Madam Ambassador of the United States of America in Spain, Jose Juan Ruiz, President of the Real Instituto Elcano, and Pepa Bueno, editor of daily El País, who will be our moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to say that it's wonderful that this CAF conference should have begun with a conversation which is geopolitical in nature at a point in time in which what we are wondering is what is happening in the world? Where are we headed? What is going to happen at the end of the day? Because I think that definitely history is happening at a breakneck speed. I have with me three persons who have tremendous experience in the field of politics, the law, the economy, and who share something, if you agree. They share activities in their quest for sustainable solutions to be found for the multiple inequalities that threaten democracies and the global challenges that we deal with. The three persons who are with me, who have already been introduced to all of you, are Andrés Alemán from CEGIB. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Julissa Reynoso, Ambassador of the United States of America in Spain, and Jose Juan Ruiz, who is President of the Real Instituto Elcano. Allow me now, before we begin, allow me to express my solidarity, Madam Ambassador, I'm sure the solidarity of all of the persons who are here
your country who has once again suffered this terrible, terrible violent attack. President Biden, I think, has been so very explicit upon defining the animus of the American people in general. Enough, enough, we have to do something. Is it possible, Madam Ambassador? Well, as you rightly say, it's a tragedy. It is a tragedy. No matter how you look at it, at all levels, this is a tragedy. A tragedy that unfortunately repeats itself in my country. President Biden is committed to reforming everything that has to do weapons control, arms control for decades now, trying to control the buying and selling of guns. He needs to do something, he knows. But it's not something that affects him alone. Congress is also involved. And yes, there are movements in Congress, but I'm not sure whether there's enough. But the people, more than the majority of North Americans know that we need to change the way we go about this. Because these tragedies, well, they're heartbreaking. And it's not acceptable. It's not something that is appropriate for a serious country. A serious country would not allow, should not allow for this to happen. Well, I hope never again, Madam Ambassador. I said before that I thought it was a good thing to begin this conversation by making this comment, because in fact the pandemic and then supply complications, issues in China, the war in Ukraine, this is a new world order. It is a new world order, but we're not sure what this new world order is. Now, I'm not asking you to gaze into a crystal ball, but I am asking you if you could point out the trends. Where does this new world order finish? And perhaps more specifically, how does it affect us? Because we're advancing somewhere and we don't know what that somewhere is, but it would seem to me that it's the two shores of the Atlantic. So, sir, first, the war in the Ukraine, Mr. Alamant, how is this going to affect the relationship between Latin America and Europe? Now that Europe has definitely interrupted very brusquely its relationship with Russia, how does this affect all of us? Let me begin by saying thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with Madam Ambassador, with yourself, and with Jose Juan. We're talking about very important issues. I have to say it's actually very difficult to know what is going to happen. It's very difficult to forecast how the war in Ukraine is going to affect the New World Order. Some say that it's going to be a standstill in the process of globalization, and others say that we're going to have areas of influence. If you remember past historical periods, definitely there is a question mark. But within that uncertainty and within this new landscape, I think that this conference, and more specifically this panel, is especially telling, very eloquent, because no matter what the configuration may be, at the end of the day, the transatlantic relationship is going to continue to be very, very important indeed. And the fact that we now are talking about a transatlantic relationship with three stakeholders, no longer two, is also extremely important. We're not talking here about one single relationship. There are more relationships. There's Europe, there's the US, Canada, the North, and there's Latin America. And of course, the challenge is, how are these three stakeholders, how are they going to act? What are they going to do? How are they going to take advantage of this opportunity which surfaces from this very adverse situation? I think we're going to have time to address this issue afterwards, but let me just say that we've talked about autonomy, European strategy, and I think that we are on the threshold of a convergence that can truly be defined as strategic between Europe and Latin America. And, you know, the same should happen between Europe and the United States of America. And this convergence has to do with Europe somehow needing that which Latin America has. And Latin America needs something which is exactly what Europe can contribute. I think that's going to be extremely important. It's going to affect the relationship between Latin America and Europe, which will be achieving its potential.
Well, from what you said, the General Secretary, now, Ms. Ambassador, I'd like to say that over the first few months of the war in Ukraine, the relations between Europe and the United States have now strengthened. The alliance, this transatlantic alliance between the United States and Europe has been strengthened, as I've said. And as the Secretary of State has just said, how should this be, should we say, translating to relation between both as Latin America? Well, the Ukraine situation has created it's given the United States a good reason to be able to progress with our synergies and our collaboration. Different issues, cooperation on energy, to the obvious thing, which is cooperation in defense. And I would say the NATO today is more important than ever. And the consequence of this crisis, with everything related to the impact, prices, energy, food, we're experiencing this all over the world, not just the poorest countries, but even the United States. This is also a reality, and Latin America has also experienced this reality, as has been brought up this morning by Sergio, the president of CAF. So how can we use this link that we have between Europe, Latin America, and the United States? This is a triangle, a natural historical triangle, to ensure that we can react in an organized manner to these new realities that our citizens are experiencing. Because at the end of the day, what is important is what happens to our citizens. You know, there's very few exceptions. Most people are having a bad time in financial terms. You know, the cost of life today is very expensive, and it has lots of different implications. But an explanation or a reason that I think is very important about what's going on at the moment in Ukraine and the role of Russia in this balance. And they're using your power, but also we've got a short-term consequence and also maybe a long-term consequence, because the war could end tomorrow. But the consequences are going to be with us for many, many years until while Mr. Putin continues to be in Russia. But I think companies worldwide, investors, and the trade relations no longer include Russia. So the others, all of us, who have this group interest to improve the life of citizens, you know, they're our main stakeholders, should we say. All nations think that their people are very important, and we really want to try and mitigate the impact of the crisis. And I think there is where we have a lot to do when we're talking about food, energy, and Latin America is a hub. It has a lot to offer, and obviously the United States and Europe too, so we should have a better way of coordinating all our efforts. Well, we'll talk about if we're facing a world where globalization has disappeared, as we have understood it in the past, and let's see if there's going to be different relations according to your region. But just to continue in line with what's been said, one of the problems, José Juan, one of the global problems, has it a solution without Latin America? Of course not. We want a fair energy transition, and obviously consolidation of democracies and the strengthening of the rule of law. None of the problems can forget Latin America, but sometimes it seems that Latin America is so self-absorbed with its problems, looking for solution to its own internal problems, because maybe they can have solutions from one region where maybe they're still in time for not committing, should we say, the contaminating things that happened in other regions in the past. Well, thank you very much for the Casa de América for inviting me, and all my colleagues for have already defined a little bit about what we're going to be talking about. What I would like to say is these big crises that come up from time to time, this unfair, cruel invasion of a country by Russia, is one of these moments in time that you say changes history. One of the consequences, or in fact there are two consequences. The first one is that each and every one of us should know what values you want to align with. And I really think that one of the big lessons of what's happened over the last 90 days is that we've all understood that this is a fight between democracy and the dominant nations. And you can't look in another direction. So the surprise is that Europe, all of a sudden, they have discovered that it's not just a regulatory power, but it's also a power that has a very important real role to play in geostrategy. And this it's actually been quite surprising, this Europe that I think you already said. Europe is so self-absorbed, looking at all these decimals, and it wasn't really looking at the hundreds and thousands of things that the world is facing. So this is a crisis that is really making Europe responsible for things, and it has lots of challenges ahead. There is another challenge that I think both Europe and the United States, things that we're observing. We have defended a world order, and basically a world order is three factors, one of which is interest, the quality of the institutions or the nature of the institutions, and your values. And we were very clear what our world was, Europe, United States, and we share a certain vision of this world order. But when we wanted to defend our democracies, our view of an aggression, what we've come up against is the fact that there is some part of the world who shares our reaction, but there is another part of the world that doesn't share the decisions that we have made relating to sanctions regarding the invasion. 52% of the world's GDP have not approved at the United Nations the sanctions that we have wanted to implement, which is equivalent to 70% of the world's population. So when you actually put this in the geostrategic cocktail shaker, I think you realize that two messages come out of this. The first one is that the West has defined very closely, which we've defined for many years now, that they say that the tyrant's war is not going to be won unless you have an ally. And then secondly, that you need to have allies, and for that you have to do positive things. Europe, United States, G7 cannot just be those who implement sanctions. They need to have a positive result to build up the world order again. And that is where Latin America appears on the scene, not just as a solution to your micro problems in a period of transition or the quality of the democracy. No, this has arisen because it's your ally, because when we go back to values, interests, and institutions, this trio, where we have more possibilities to attract an idea that's shared by the world. Obviously, we have to look at certain errors that have happened in the past, because there's always been errors. And Latin America should be taken into account, because without Latin America, we couldn't have the coalition of countries which impose the values and this international vision. It's not going to be the international law that's just going to be imposed, the one we had 40 years ago or 50 years ago, even 30, 20 or 10, doesn't matter. It won't be the same. But how can you seduce these new allies? Well, I think the way of seducing them is probably quite easy. Because if one is in Latin America, you know that Latin America, Europe, and the United States continue to be a lifestyle that attracts millions of people. Obviously, the democracies that we live in have defects, but the autocracies have worse defects. They are not a model that attracts one. So probably what we need is a more balanced order, and also, should we say, distribution of the benefits of this world order. It should be more balanced, more transparency, and with more participation. So I think there is one part related to the reconstruction of what democracies are, and they offer to the majority of the population. It's true to say that we can be a bit hypocritical about that, but we don't maintain our societies based on control and lies. And I think that is highly attractive for a society which are increasingly more educated, and we really defend liberty. Well, yes, obviously the invasion of Ukraine is something we've always seen in the past. So we've all taken note of what Jose Juan said. You've been jotting things down. Yes, I did, because what I really liked is what Jose Juan said when he was talking about what happens when there's this convergence and, a strategic conversion. And he said that this is related to interests, to values, and institutions. And I am totally in agreement with this. But I also would like to make a step back to then go back to what he said. The point here, in my opinion, and looking this with Latin American eyes, is that both the relationship between Europe and Latin America and the United States with Latin America are objectively relations that are under their power. Because when the Commission said, well, Europe doesn't have America in its radar, and up to now, Latin America didn't have the priority it should have had for Europe, and probably not even the United States. To look to America, Latin America has had the limitation, maybe because they haven't realized the possibility or what is the synergy that exists between these three regions. Jose Juan said, well, he mentioned a few of the elements of what had happened as far as how the countries had aligned themselves with the Ukraine problem. And Latin America and Europe, the 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and the European are a third of the United Nations. So what does the actual third of the United Nations represent? So if we all worked in a coordinated manner, can you just imagine what that would be like? So one thinks that you have to be in the radar of the regions and see really at the moment what are the things that generate coincidences and that we can use for progress. So Europe and Latin America, you could probably say there are at least 3 coincidences which are especially important in line with what I said with this strategic convergence. So what does Europe need in this new phase? They need at least energy, they need at least food, and they need at least raw materials, which are very important for the economic transformation and for the green economy. So, Latin America has got all these elements in abundance. The energy that can be produced in Latin America, the potential for energy in Latin America is much higher than Europe. And then you can say, yes, but obviously it's a long way away. Yes, but green hydrogen is just around the corner. And if green hydrogen is just around the corner, the possibilities of selling or transporting energy from Latin America to Europe, it exists. It's the same for foodstuffs. Latin America has great potential to produce foodstuffs. We are a great producer of food. And there's a fact that does impress me. Latin America is the place where more food is wasted throughout the world. Why? Because the supply channels are not good. So, how can you have the energy transfer without lithium and copper? So we have to continue to see where we have opportunities and where there are coincidences, and then really stick your dagger right into that. And as I said, then we also have political coincidence. Political coincidence is what is dealt with in the United Nations. 18 of the countries there were in favor of the resolutions, and only 4 abstained. So that shows that there is a coincidence, a political coincidence between Europe and America, Latin America, as far as democracy, human rights, international order. So honestly, I truly think that there is a great opportunity, and it's already come up. And so we just have to strengthen the relations between Latin America, Europe, and the United States. And we need to do that in a pragmatic way. And we have to look for these coincidences, the one that already exists. And maybe we should have been warned about this earlier. But the COVID, like the Ukraine war, have made everything so much obvious. Yes, in Europe, we're important to make our decisions. We're on the brink of disaster, normally a few hours before the time runs out. So it's never too late. If we manage to get this implication and coordination, that will be beneficial to all the countries. But now let's talk about democracy. And democracy has certain challenges too, especially at this moment in history. Jose Juan was explaining a world order that still had blurry edges. But on the one hand, those who defend democracy, or should we say the liberal democracy, we respect the rule of law, the separation of powers, and the freedom of the press. Individual liberties, freedoms, but democracy has to provide answers to people's problems. Violence, problems of inequality, whether it's gender, financial, and a fair energy transition that doesn't leave in history the losers behind. Because when the democracies don't give a response to people, well, we're seeing this at the moment, they get these magic solutions that are embodied by a very unusual leader, very authoritarian. And history showed us that that always ends up badly. So to have cohesion to the part of international order that we're talking about happens because democracy corrects its errors. And we look at our citizens because values and the rule of law are not just written down on paper. So this is one of the current challenges. You can't ignore that. Madam Ambassador, democracy responds to citizens, and however convinced we are, and history proves this, sometimes you say that we should look sometimes for the best of the worst systems, but if not, we really have to make sure. Otherwise, we can have leaders who put an end to democracy and they use the abuse of power. So I think we have to confront all these challenges, or maybe do it at the same time. Because Jose Juan, I don't know if you agree with what I've said or not. But sorry, I thought you wanted the Madam Ambassador to answer. Well, as I come from a perfect democracy, I have nothing to say about that. No, that's not true. Everyone laughs. I totally agree. No one in Europe or in my country, Latin America, none of us. I don't think none of us have ever realized how vulnerable we are to be able to preserve all the work and the investment that we've done to improve democracies. And I totally agree with Jose Juan when he talked about his concept that the framework, a common framework that we have between Europe and America in general. Some countries are more advanced than others, but it's not a full project yet. So I think that we will aspire to be able to go beyond what we have today. But it was obvious that if we don't respond to people's, citizens' realities, this takes away the legitimacy of that framework, and it becomes very limited. And sometimes it can even just be considered incomplete. So on several occasions in my country, people have questioned the concept of democracy itself, with a definition of a democracy, but democracy for who? And in Latin America, obviously in Europe, we are seeing today these sort of things. So that's something you have to work on. But if we don't solve the problems, in my opinion, that are mainly related to basic financial needs of citizens, we're going to have severe problems on the long term. Because this Alliance for the Democracies, they are so different economic realities, as it's like the three-tabled leg that the General Secretary said. So maybe they all need different recipes on a political level or an economic level, because it seemed that there should be just one way to solve everything, one way to be a democracy or to work out the economic politics. But it's very difficult because there's lots of different recipes needed to create a solid alliance. Because, there's two different borders, and they're so different, and their realities are very, very different. Let me just go back to what we talked about, this astounding capacity of the democratic countries to have free debates like today. We can talk freely. Because for the last 2.5 years of the pandemic, we're fed up with hearing that the autocratic countries were managing the pandemic mejor. For example, China, 40 million people in Shanghai have been under lockdown for 30 days. So, you know, do we think that's a failure? Well, I don't know. And also we have a war caused by some person who is lying to his country, and that's why he's gone to war. So democracies are not perfect, but autocracies are much more imperfect. And there's no autocracy. Should we think about recent one? Iran, Venezuela, Russia. Let's consider the countries who we identify in paradigmatic ways as autocracies. But we need to sort of have improvement on basic things like life expectation, basic things, and that's not happening. So how we can face the problems? Well, problems are different every day. You can't just face today a situation of a lack of stability in the global economy without taking into account what we've learned in the year 2008 and what we've learned from the pandemic. To say that what we've been doing over the last 3 years is to have an economic policy out of a textbook, I don't think nobody ever read that textbook if you say that, because we are seeing very extraordinary things, which is what Gonzalo, who is the Secretary of State for the Economy, has just said. So what have we learned? Well, I think we have learned things that probably, in some reasons, are more difficult than other. One, in Latin America, someone talks about the fact that you have to have policies to reduce the inequality. And they do public policies like was done with a conditional cash transfer. And Brazil, we could see that they got 20 million people out of poverty and the increase of the minimum basic wage. Well, all these things, I think, are getting them closer to the plausibility that this is close to market economy mechanism, which is one we enjoy and have been enjoying for the last 50 years in Europe. So I think sometimes what happens is that we're not able to add some sort of dimension of how rich we are in Europe. People really don't understand that. This is very complicated. How can you explain from saying like 40 in Europe and above are above the 10% of the richest people in the population? So, you know, but for other people, the middle classes, it's a dream in other countries. So the idea that we could converge to have a more inclusive management of our society, I think is very important. And I think it is taking place. You know, the level of inequalities, the gap is not the same as it was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, despite all the macroeconomic policies that have taken place. But now, the issue isn't say, right, in 5 generations' time, you will be like a European middle class. That is a project. It's too long, even the midterm. And maybe it's not even necessary. You can converge quicker if you are able to make the most of the things that these regions have, which complement each other. So they say, well, Europe's going to disconnect from Russian gas. Well, it's great, but the economists who are used to carrying out, you know, analysis on balances, we don't just ask ourselves what's going to happen to the Europeans. We can say, what's going to happen to the Russians with their gas? Well, maybe Russian gas or Russian energy or Russian commodities will have to be sold in China. And therefore, the price will probably, for the Chinese investments, because they've been buying previously from Latin America for their commodities, so maybe it will change, and so they're going to rewrite the equation. And the Secretary of State said friend sharing. So I think there's going to be a new way of fitting in this new globalization that we experienced in the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, in which, apart from having regained efficiency, you also need to have values related to security, inclusion, and convergence of partners. So I think that's the model that we need to work towards. And you can only do that if you have incentives to attract people into the project, and then we have to have regulation from the countries who offer security for investment. Without that, this equation isn't going to work. It's not a problem, just an ideological problem. It's one where you have interests, values, and institutions, and that is the basis of all that. But also then you have to put them into practice. Mr. General Secretary, well, I was thinking that from what you said, yes, democracies have common challenges, but they also have to have specific responses. You know, it's not the same of what you have to be done in Brazil as the same in Honduras or Chile or Mexico, because their realities are very, very different. But I've also thought about the following. In the region I'm thinking about, we don't have all the time in the world to do things. For example, when we're talking about democracy in Latin America, well, people are still in favor of it, but the actual valuation of the performance of democracy is really low. Over 70–75% of Latin Americans are not happy with the performance of the democracies. And this, if it's not solved in a good manner, can end up being a time bomb. And there could be social explosions, and I don't think any country, I think that could happen in any country. So there's a space for reaction, especially to improve the governability, and for an element that was mentioned recently, which is to offer some sort of certainty, because Latin America has very specific characteristics. It's the region in the world where there are less interpersonal trust and less institutional trust. When you ask someone, and when we're talking about interpersonal trust, do you actually trust the person you've got next to you in the bus? The Latin Americans, more than any other region of the world, say no way. And so they don't even trust their institutions. And when you don't trust your institutions, well, the legal certainty obviously goes down. And in Latin America, I think there's a panel later on that's going to talk about this issue. Of course, Latin America needs an economic reform that has to mean the AXIF, because obviously there's a lot of poverty and inequality, but they've got a lot of work to do, which is to generate growth. We have the 80s and 90s were lost decades, but they had growth levels similar to the ones we're having today. So to make it even more difficult, the recovery doesn't have to be in just figures. And here, when we talk about recovery, it has to be something that is politically inclusive, and that is essential. It has to be socially viable, because otherwise it's not going to work. And it has to be environmentally sustainable. So it doesn't just mean that we have got to just, have growth. We've got to have growth based on those characteristics, because also I think this is a way that there is certain coincidences with the European Union. Anyway, we think what we need to do is to react in time. And I think that for Europe and for Spain, Spain has an enormous role in this. In the 19th, Europe, especially Spain, were very decisive for the democratic recovery of the region. And I think the intellectual influence that stems from Europe can also be very important for this new phase, and it requires political reforms and economic reforms.
I don't know whether Madam Ambassador wanted to add something. We have additional roundtables, but as I said before, we're not gazing into crystal balls, but I would like to ask you, where do you think we're headed? Is globalization as we knew it over and done with? Is it? Do you think this globalization, is it over? What would you say? Well, let me see. It's important to be specific and use the right words. Globalization, if we measure it thinking about trade numbers or capital flows, if it's numerical, if you see what's happening, what was happening until March, We are well beyond the levels before the pandemic. In other words, trade continues to flow, financial integration continues to flow. So it's important to nuance and specify what do we mean when we say globalization stops, is fragmented, or is backtracking. The numbers don't tell us this story. What is happening is a very important change in the strategic approach regarding globalization. Before, it used to be that the model was to be as efficient as possible, which called for diversification of the supply chains, of the markets, in all markets the world over. But now, the demands and security constraints and the resiliency of the process itself of globalization matter more than efficiency does. I believe that globalization is going to evolve. I think other institutions are going to be necessary. Funds, development banks, the World Bank, everyone is going to have to change. Everyone is going to have to do things differently. We're going to need institutions in which conflicts will be resolved. But let me be specific. Are these institutions that are going to have to be asking members to leave? No, I think there's going to be a variable geometry of globalization. So our Congress wasn't enough. We need more. Yes, it's actually difficult, isn't it, to think about our Congress as globalized. But yes, and how about the IMF? No, what I believe is that values are going to be very important. In the face of a globalization that seeks efficiency and economicist approach, I think that this new globalization is going to be based more on more secure, more safe, one that is based on reliable partners. This will respond to whatever specific needs there are, and 30 years into the future we'll see what happens, because sacrificing efficiency does not necessarily allow for the picking up of speed in terms of the evolution of the middle classes in those countries. But at this point in time, after the great scares of recent months, well, I think that we're willing to sacrifice efficiency. There's not going to be any sacrificing of trade. There are going to be exchanges. Globalization is an exchange of goods, of persons. That's going to continue to exist. But I do believe there's going to be a political factor which is going to affect these future exchanges. Because we could say, so far to date, the rule was trade with whoever you will, invest wherever you will, and don't ask too much if and when the profits are sizable enough. I think that that is going to change, and I think it's going to change because there's going to be a political element that has to be taken into account, which does not only have to do with the regimes, but which also has to do with security. So my impression is that this factor was non-existent in globalization until now. After the war in Ukraine, I think that we will be thinking differently when we think about investing, who knows where, in China maybe, in trading with China. I think yes. I think that globalization as an exchange, yes, we're going to continue to exchange goods and services. I think that this is very difficult to stop, but it's going to have different values, and it's going to be looking more at security. You have an outstanding experience when Argentina decided not to send you gas. You depended on gas from Argentina. You didn't sacrifice that because you need gas, right, to keep Chile growing. But you readapted your globalization model. You developed new formula with liquefied gas, and you reduced that dependency. In 2 years, you reduced that 70% to practically nothing. Did you sacrifice globalization? No, you did not. But you adapted to that offshoring method. Yes, and everything is absolutely normalized. What can I say as General Secretary? I agree that in commercial terms, before the war, there was very much interest, especially COVID-wise. You wanted more secure partners. if we're thinking about the production, I'm talking about those activities that are geared to production. But then we have to think that often enough we're talking about globalization that is perhaps off radar, and that's migration. That is the movement of peoples the world over. There are more migrants now, forced migrants now, than at any other period of time in recent times. I think that that flow between Latin America, where we have millions of Venezuelans, among others, who are leaving their country, who are leaving and moving to other countries, going to the US, and Ukrainians who are fleeing Ukraine. It's more than 6 million Ukrainians in Europe, more than 6 million Venezuelans outside of Venezuela. That is globalization also. And that is very family based, because the border is no longer a state border, it's another dimension. We in the US see this. We have a flow of migrants now, the highest ever. It's record breaking down by the Mexican border. That's the story of my country. So it's this impact, this new change, climate change, war, hunger, a government that does not look after its people. Well, we're seeing these populations. And what about the new alliances that have been described here as a product of these modern times, what we've seen over the past 10 years? Should it, will it improve the drama? Because migration from south to north, but south also, yes, within the south, of course. The border of Colombia with Venezuela is an excellent example, but the drama continues to rage south to north, and in our case, east to west. So these new alliances, these new areas of influence must agree on migratory policies. Yes, of course, we have to see how we organize ourselves, because it's happened. It's here. The numbers speak for themselves. People want to see where they can settle down. And in some countries, millions of persons are being received, and there has to be a better way of organizing ourselves in order to share the responsibilities, because we're all responsible. We all have to receive migrants, and Europe is doing it definitely with Ukrainians right now. I don't know how long this crisis is going to last for. In Latin America, also extremely necessary. But I think that this is something that is a sum total, especially in the countries that we're talking about. The values are shared. So we've talked about migration. Of course, we have to talk about migration. I wanted to hear the Secretary General address this issue, because it's a phenomenon which is shared by the two shores with different affluence. You share that risk, the risk of migration. So, Secretary General, please. Well, just a couple of sentences. I have to say that I agree. We need to differentiate between the crisis and the causes thereof. And I think that we need a framework of much broader cooperation in order to be able to deal with the migratory phenomenon, which often enough exceeds the possibilities of a given country and which spreads out over countries or regions. So apart from the efforts that may be undertaken by different UN agencies and bodies, of course, this is the potential, and joint responses are necessary, as we said before. And the second very complex reality is that we need to determine whether efforts would be possible to slow down the phenomenon, but nipping it in the bud, as it were. Because what persons want is a better life, something they don't have at home. And it might seem to be an insurmountable obstacle, but this is what needs to be worked on. We need to have the kind of political and social and economic reform which will, by definition, represent a slowdown at the origins of the phenomenon. Do we need to focus on the roots? Of course we do. How? By cooperating much more than how we're cooperating right now. But we should also strive to nip it in the bud. And that's growth. That's right. If there's no growth, it's going to be very, very difficult to think about possible growth. It's going to be very difficult to think about blossoming middle classes. Just think about Latin America in the past 25 years, when the countries and regions in the country grow by taking into account what the middle class wants and needs. Poverty is reduced because of growth, and also because there were policies geared to social inclusion. That is the path to follow. Those migratory flows, of course, well, we're always going to see them. There's going to be a certain porousness in the borders, because not everything is about the economy. You've talked about education and you've talked about personal safety. Insofar as there are no balanced solutions, there will be flows between and among countries. But for sure, the way to ensure that people commit is by having this more sustainable and more intense potential future with less volatility. In Latin America, if you look at the 29 countries, and if you look back over a 60-year period of time, the average span from one crisis to the next is 14 months. In those 14 months, maybe you're growing at 8%, then you plummet again to -7. This is why it's so very difficult for the middle class to grow. This is what generates democracy and democratic values. Madam Ambassador, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. These are special effects. It was all pre-planned. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a los ponentes y a la moderadora por este
We would like to
conversatorio
thank
tan
the
interesante.
speakers and the moderator. And now I would like to ask you to participate in a 50-minute break. We are behind schedule. Please, could you be back here sharp in 15 minutes? And for those who are following us online, it's a good idea for you to also have a coffee break. And we'll be back here in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
favor, vayan tomando asiento.
Kindly take your seats. Thank you.
Vamos a dar comienzo a esta segunda parte.
We're going to
Les pedimos,
begin
por favor, su colaboración.
this second part.
Un poco retrasados de
We're running a
tiempo.
little bit late.
Así
We
que
appreciate your
lo antes
cooperation,
posible.
so please take your seats. Thank you.
Esperamos que hayan disfrutado de esta breve pausa. Sabemos que ha sido breve, pero ahora
You
les
have
pedimos
taken
por su
refreshments. It
colaboración.
has been a very
Vayan
brief
tomando
pause.
asiento, por favor.
Thank you for being
Habrá
understanding and
oportunidad
taking
de
your
charlar
seats.
en un ratito, pero como ven, tenemos a nuestros
We'll have time to
nuestras
chat
ponentes sentados,
afterwards.
así que no les hagamos esperar más.
Our participants have taken
Vayan
their
tomando
seats.
asiento, por favor.
Kindly take your seats, please.
Estamos a punto de empezar este primer panel.
We are about
Esperamos que se
to
terminen de
begin
sentar.
this panel.
Algunas
Kindly take your
personas.
seats.
Bien, y mientras esperamos que vayan tomando
Thank
asiento
you.
quienes
Kindly take your
faltan,
seats.
permítanme recordarles
Allow me
que
to
pueden
remind
compartir
you
sus
all
opiniones, pueden
that
interactuar.
you can
De
share
hecho,
your
ojalá
opinions,
que
you
así
can
lo hagan
interact.
en
Please
redes
do
sociales.
interact
Lo pueden
on the
hacer con el
social
hashtag
media.
CAF Europa,
Hashtag
almohadilla
CAF
CAF
Europa.
Europa. Y también pueden seguir nuestra
Hatch
cuenta
Europa.
@agendacaf en
And
Facebook,
you can
Twitter
follow us on
e
Facebook,
Instagram.
Twitter,
Vamos a
and
continuar
Instagram.
entonces esta conferencia dando
Let's
inicio, como
continue
les
now.
comentaba, al primer
As I
panel que
said,
titula
our first
Hacia
panel,
una
which is
recuperación
titled
sostenible.
Towards a
Y para
Sustainable
ello
Recovery.
tenemos ya
We have
sentados
with
en el
us
escenario
here
a
on
Adriana
stage
Mira,
Adriana
viceministra
Mira,
de
who is
Relaciones
Deputy
Exteriores de
Minister
la
of Foreign
República del
Affairs
Salvador,
from El
a
Salvador,
Gabriela Ramos,
Gabriela
directora general
Ramos,
de
General
Ciencias
Director
Sociales
of
y
Social
Humanas
and
de la
Human
UNESCO,
Sciences,
Ángeles
UNESCO,
Santamaría,
Angela
CEO de
Santamaría,
Iberdrola España,
CEO of
Adriana Mejía,
Iberdrola Spain,
representante
Adriana
permanente
Mejía,
de
permanent
Colombia ante
representative
la
of Colombia
OCDE,
to
Alicia
the
Montalvo,
OECD,
técnico
Alicia
comercial y
Montalvo,
economista del
State
Estado
Appointed
de
Trade
España,
Specialist,
y a Michael
Spain,
Reed,
and
periodista de
Michael
The
Reed,
Economist, quien será el
a
encargado
journalist
de
from The
moderar esta
Economist. Mr. Reed will be our moderator. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. We're very happy to be here. We're going to be diving into the issue. I think that what we need to do is say that we're talking here about recovery, and the context is extremely complex. This has already been pointed out. The war in Ukraine is not only a tragedy and an aggression, it is also an economic disruption for a world which had already suffered the economic disruption of the pandemic and hadn't fully recovered yet. So Latin America, yes, there is a macroeconomic recovery, and it's happening much more quickly than anyone thought, more quickly than in Europe. There are many countries in the region which at the end of last year had already recovered their levels of activity from before the pandemic, including Colombia and El Salvador, represented here on this panel. Everything was difficult in Latin America. The war was very distant, but we felt the impact, prices of energy, prices of foodstuffs, and fertilizers. And this affects those who have least. Inflation, yearly inflation in a number of countries is already at double digit. This is a region with a historical tradition of inflation, and actually social banks a long time ago began to raise rates last year. This is very delicate because the level of activity at this point, well, is weakened after the recovery. Now, the problem, I think, is that we want to return to what used to be normal in Latin America. This, if you will, disguised by the increase in the prices of raw material. It's been mentioned, I think, that the last decade in Latin America was another lost decade with a yearly average growth of only 2.5%, which is very little. Very little. If you think in terms of the population, if you think how much the population has grown, it was less than growth rates the world over. 2.5%, that is our forecast, is simply put not enough to satisfy the needs and expectations of Latin Americans, with some exceptions, of course. The region is stagnant, low productivity, very little innovation, and insufficient exports. And this is a serious thing because in social terms, Latin America has not fully recovered after the pandemic. Employment, especially of women, and wages have not returned to 2019 levels. Governments wanted to remind us that poverty growth was less than what had been expected, but inflation looms. And as the president of the CAF explained, in Latin America, schools have been closed for practically 2 years. This is a silent tragedy, a silent scandal. We believe that on average, 1.8 years of schooling, of effective schooling, have been lost, which means that inequality in future income levels is going to grow if there are no measures taken to remediate this fact. Now, this economic stagnation is accompanied by social frustration and social dysfunction. In many countries, there are political problems. This is a terrible combination of problems. So, we know that there is a very important task to be completed, forward-looking. And another dimension which this panel is going to look at, which is that the consequences of the war for the energy market in the world make the green agenda extremely complicated. Most Latin American countries, most European countries committed in Glasgow during the COP just very recently. The commitment was to make good on them. Surveys tell us that Latin Americans are more concerned or more aware of climate change than Europeans are. But until fairly recently, this did not flesh out into public policies. I think that this is beginning to change. But now the war and sanctions mean that there will be an increase in the production of fossil fuels in Latin America. Ana Palacio has pointed out that Europe was preaching until yesterday the gospel of energy transition, but now it is looking for fossil fuels in the global south to substitute those that existed in the northern east. It's interesting to remember that in Latin America the main source of emissions is not fuel-based because they have a very different, a cleaner grid, thanks to renewables and thanks also to hydro. The main source is deforestation and the changing use of land. No climate approach that does not take this into account is going to have any kind of success. Now, we have an outstanding panel. We have a group of true experts this afternoon. They have been introduced to you. We do not have very much time. A number of our panelists have to leave at 6:30 p.m. on the dot. So I'm going to be very, very British in my approach. So I'm going to ask each one of them to speak for 4 minutes by way of an introduction. Adriana Mira, please. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I don't want to devote much time to introductory comments, but I have to say thank you to the CAF for inviting El Salvador, because we are the baby. We're the newest. Now, about this adhesion, this was extremely important for us. It was a challenge, and I think it had been postponed for years, but over the past few years, we were able to actually have it flesh out, and we're seeing what the advantages are. So being on this panel, there is a lot of expertise. Yes, I'm not that much of an expert, but I'm definitely very keen. I'm very proud and very honored to have been invited. Let me very quickly make a reference to the situation in El Salvador and what our moderator addressed, if only briefly. The pandemic for El Salvador, for any country in the world, was disastrous, and this explains why our GDP shrank by 7.9%. And this, for my country, has been a terrible blow. Our country depends on micro SMEs. Most companies in El Salvador are SMEs or micro SMEs, and this has very much to do with the imagination, with the knowledge that one may have regarding the target population. What we talked about before, which was so interesting, what has been discussed so far this afternoon, I think needs to focus on something specific, which is the person. You have to know the person. You have to know how the human being is affected by all of this and what the public policies are actually going to be, which will allow for this person to recover economically and in a sustainable way. Now, together with these economic challenges of the pandemic, we have to additionally think about the inputs that we don't have because of the Russian attack on Ukraine. We have to add that component of environmental sustainability, and I think, what does the owner of a micro SME can think? The pandemic has just been left behind. I don't have fertilizers. I don't have sufficient corn. So my product has to be environmentally friendly, and that is an additional cost. So what are we going to do to make all of these persons' life easier? I think it's very important to take into account that we need to facilitate access to those tools, and we cannot do that as if we were islands. I believe that Latin America has a fantastic potential, but unfortunately, it does not know how to join forces, and this is a challenge. I cannot understand. I'm talking about El Salvador. We have very many trade agreements with Europe, which are extremely important and so necessary, and the same with the US and the same with Asia. But we practically have no agreements with Latin America. In this supply side crisis that we face, we have not sat down to talk about joining forces. We have not sat down to say, what can we do to recover? How can we ensure that those inputs are available to recover? This is important for us as a country. I was in Panama. It was SICA and the CARICOM, the Central American Integration System, and this issue was dealt with. But I said, let's think about the specific actions that we are going to undertake in order to join forces as a region. I think that that is a true challenge, and I believe that this we should read as an opportunity, and we really should sit down and talk about how we're going to overcome this problem. Something else which is also important is to increase the scope of possibilities. I'm going to talk about something which is perhaps slightly controversial for governments, but not for the population at large. As you know, in Salvador recently adopted Bitcoin, right, as currency. This is innovative. This has helped us, and I'm going to be very blunt here. We have an embassy in Russia, and because the SWIFT code was blocked, we couldn't pay payroll. And Bitcoin has allowed us to cross that bridge. It has been an element of support for us. I know that this sounds very innovative. I know other countries are studying the possibility, but I really believe that we need to look for other alliances. And an important alliance for the country, of course, is the alliance with the CAF. We believe that it is a very good thing. At lunch, we were talking about how within CAF the environment is being bolstered. I think this is of great importance, and I think it has to go hand in hand with economic growth. Now, the guiding light of CAF to us as countries will have to be extremely important. I think it's also important to think about investing in youth. And as other panelists said, the structural causes that would explain irregular immigration. This is something which affects all of us. As you know, El Salvador is affected by irregular migration. We have seen solutions. The possibilities have been created within our country so that our citizens don't leave the country in an irregular manner, but what we have achieved is not sufficient. We need to ensure that the bases are set within our country so as to ensure that that irregular migration does not happen. We want truly sustainable growth. Again, it has to do with looking at youth. Latin America, and this is not Europe, has a very young population. This is manpower that has to be leveraged, but it has to be leveraged in a forward-looking way. What's going to happen when these populations are over 50 or 60? How is that population going to contribute to the development of our countries? It's very important that we as countries sit down and study and look for specific solutions. It's important to talk about the green agenda. It's important also to talk about the grid, the energy grid that we are using right now. And here I have to say congratulations to Colombia. I believe that most countries in Latin America have very much to learn. So these types of spaces and venues will allow us to understand where we are and where we are headed. And I would like to make available to all of you our openness in El Salvador to seek those solutions also to the supply side crisis. I'm seeing one gentleman and a group of women. All of these women leaders in the region is something else that we should take advantage of. Well, thank you. I have to say that CAF is a little bit more of a solid asset than Bitcoin is, but that will be dealt with at another point on another day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to CAF for inviting UNESCO. Oh, it's wonderful to talk with the two Enriques and the Secretary General of CIBE. And I have to say, we need to be very cautious. You said Latin American countries, at least the main economies of Latin America, have proven that they are growing dynamically and that they are recovering more quickly than other regions are. I think that in this region, we have to steer clear of headlines and averages because the impact is very different. This is a region which is tremendously uneven. There is very much inequality. Latin America lost 7%. If you think about previous growth, if you think about the size of the economy, and this is something that Angel Melquizo tells us, this is like losing an entire Argentina. Not that we want to lose Argentina, but this is the equivalent. Even if we were to recover 5%, our trajectory would not allow us to think about being where we were before the pandemic, which means that if we don't push forward energetically, if we don't innovate, we're going to continue to lose some 400 billion, which is one Chile every year. So even when we look at these very broad numbers, I think we need to be extremely cautious. We cannot shout out Eureka. And then the social, and once again, the social. I think that that is the most important challenge that we need to overcome in Latin America. You know, at the end of the day, when you sit down and think about what really happened, well, in the world, a lot of persons won a little bit and many lost a lot. you know that there were 3.5 trillion, the global impact of jobs lost. So there's that imbalance, that loss of equilibrium among the different groups in our society. And then lives lost. Latin America is 10% of the world's population, but it's 30% of the victims. Women, at the end of the day, again, this is a pandemic with the face of a woman. It's nurses, it's housewives, it's those who take care of the elderly, essential quote-unquote jobs, which are the most badly paid. So I think that we should really think about women. And then employment. We have not recovered as the economy has recovered. We need to be very cautious when we talk about these apparently successful increases. Education. Latin America was one of the regions in the world that shut down most schools for longest in the world. This is an impact which we've lost 60% of graduates. It used to be 60, now it's 40%. And in lower income groups, it's going to be 30%. So this is actually providing us with indicators telling us that we're light years away from where we want to be. And the war, of course, is a source of concern, because what's happening is that those investments which should have taken place for recovery purposes are now being poured into the war effort. And yes, there's no alternative, but let's keep it in mind. Sweden and other countries that are looking at NATO are going to be devoting some of their budget to security. Let's hope that this terrible war is over soon, but priorities are already being distorted. And this is something we need to keep in mind. So thank you, CAF. Thank you for investing in inclusion. Thank you for investing in climate change, CAF. But for the world, security is priority number one. So what do? Well, we need to rethink economic growth, rethink it. Because, when you say, well, let's grow again, how? How are we going to grow? How are we going to onboard social expenditures, not as an expense, but as an investment? I like President Biden's package a lot when he said preschool appears as an investment. If Latin America had had universal medical coverage, if we had had social welfare systems, maybe the amounts of money that we had to invest in order to overcome the pandemic would have been lesser. So this idea of social policies, it's not ex post, it's also ex ante. It's an investment ex ante in order to grow better. Also, the environment, equally important. But I don't want to cast gloom. I think that there were some positive developments, especially in the acceleration of digitization. There has been huge investments in infrastructure. Countries had to open for their economies to continue to run, and artificial intelligence also picked up speed. And I have to say that for us in UNESCO, something which is absolutely essential is to understand how this digitization, which paves the way, which makes so many promises achievable, can really be used in favor of people. So let's align with those sustainable objectives, those SDGs, not only technological, but technology to overcome our human challenges. And thus we are so very happy, once again, to have signed with CAF the implementation of that recommendation, ethics and artificial intelligence. 193 countries signed this. I don't know whether we'd be successful now, but we achieved it last November. And with Telefónica, we're going to be working in corporate, CAF or CAF as a region. But how will we ensure that this rebound will truly align itself with human dignity, sustainability, human rights, inclusion, and a better future for all? This is the comment that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm totally in agreement with you when you talk about the problem related to averages, in a region that is so different. And now Ángeles Santamaría is the CEO of Iberdrola here in Spain. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm going to be as brief as possible, but I think it's very important for us to be here to see the view of sustainable recovery. When we talk about sustainability, we always think immediately about the environment. But from my standpoint, it's not just the environment. Sustainability today is understood as a way of doing business, a way of life. And also, apart from the fact the environment is and always will be on the agenda in Europe, where we are leading. We have assumed the leadership positions for the environmental positions for 2030, 2050. But now what we are looking at again is the idea of energy security and all energy issues more than ever, especially in countries like Spain, because we have a high, we have a 70% dependency level for energy, because so what do we see here is water, sun, and wind, and that is something that in Latin America is full of, where the differences of some territories to other. But these are resources that all the countries in Latin America have. So more than ever, when we're talking about energy, I think in this green agenda is still valid. You mentioned, well, very recently, in fact, that we were now looking again on investments in fossil fuels, and I really think that would be a big mistake by companies and governments to forget where we are today and to see where they've taken us and where these conclusions have led us, that our economic development model, if we continue with the emissions we have today, is totally unsustainable. And therefore, this is part of our agenda and our obligations as citizens of the world, for the new generations. We need to deal with this issue and to try and mitigate the problems related to climate change. But also we should do this for energy independence and energy security. And it's very important to remember that we're not just dealing with the fact that we're all happily in favor of climate change without measuring the consequences. No, this energy transition model is at the same time is related to generation of employment. I could talk at Iberdrola, where I work. Well, it's a company where we're probably ahead of these concepts. 20 years ago, we decided to support the idea of abandoning fossil fuels. We no longer have any coal power plants. For us, the gas power plants are just a part of the transition. And for the last 20 years, we've spent 1.3 billion. And I think also Mexico, for example, is one of the countries that's very important for us, both for operating results and results for the models I'm saying. And when we have already been ahead, it's a model for growth and for generation of quality employment, because our investments are not just something that happens for the sake of it. It's not a financial thing. It's an industrial investment. So there, with us, what we do is we include all our supplier chain of suppliers. So we have to have wind energy, panels, sea energy, and all the technological needs that are related to the way we produce this. And so therefore we say we include suppliers. Often there are Spanish suppliers that come with us when we work abroad, but also local suppliers that we need in the countries where we work so that they can develop our investments. So it's not a financial business, it's an industrial business which creates a lot of jobs. And in my point of view, I really think we should really look at this type of things for the long term. And it's essential not to abandon this idea with the idea of investing in fossil fuels. Without a doubt, we can't just change things overnight, to have a new energy model. But I think we should really look on the short, medium, and long terms, and we should not abandon the long and medium-term projects, because that would be a mistake. Now, it's very important to see the role of banks. I think that Iberdrola is a company that issues green bonds, and I really think that is what banks are now supporting and doing themselves. You have to incentivize finance, support, and all the assets that are related to the energy transition and the green transition, and not so much assets, even though they're necessary for the transition. But we need to have new assets that are related to fossil fuels, because they're just going to be, if not, they will be, should we say, hidden assets. So the transformation agenda that I just talked about, I think it should just be the basis of the energy transition and the recovery in Latin America, independently to the strengths of each economy, the distance between us and the natural resources. So the message is you shouldn't you should keep to the transition agenda. So I think that's going to be a challenge. Well, thank you very much. And now let's go to the other Adriana, who comes from Colombia. Well, thank you very much. I wanted to start for thanking CAF or CAF for this wonderful invitation. I'm so really grateful for being here today. Well, my panel members have already talked about some of the issues that I wanted to talk about, but actually I would start by bringing up the idea that maybe one of the challenges, the most important challenges related to the recovery, and I'm talking about Colombia's case, obviously, but I think this is shared in many of the Latin American and European countries, because I think we should deal with the recovery from a more humble standpoint. I think there is a lesson that we've learned over the last few years, and we don't know as much as we thought we knew, and we're not as good experts as we thought we were, and there are confrontations from the outside, like the war, the pandemic, and we're not prepared for them. And we're not prepared because within a world context of science, building up multilateralism, looking for solutions, pacific solutions to conflicts. Nobody expected these phenomena to happen, but they have happened. And so now I think that the decision makers who are setting up public policies, well, I think we should be more humble, and I think we should look for a way to be sort of, as I say, more humble in the way we do things. And in this respect, I'd like to say that maybe the main effort for recovery has to come from inclusion. Our growth in Colombia, because it's been one of the countries that has had a lot of growth at the end of 2021, 10% last year, the first quarter this year, over 8% growth. But where we have an awareness that there is a lot of social dissatisfaction, and that is reflected in the political dynamics. Take into account there's going to be an election in 3 weeks' time. And this indicates that there is a great proportion of the population who don't feel as if they're represented by the institutions. They don't have any trust in belief in the institutions, and they're looking for access to a lot more opportunities than the ones that they're offered by the current system. And where the emphasis from the public policy have been much more reactive than proactive. And where our long-term approaches have to include, for example, lifelong learning policies so that people can adapt to the changes that are happening quicker. And in the green transition and the digital transition, they are going to have very high impact on employment. Another great challenge that we have and that we share with other countries too in Latin America is the fact that there is a lot of informality. And I think what the indicators show when we're talking about recovering employment, a lot of these jobs or occupations are bad quality. And also there is we're really behind other places. And so what we need to do is to face up to migratory phenomena that are growing all the time, caused by political, economic reasons, or increasingly more, in fact, by natural disasters which are caused by climate change. So therefore, we need to define public policies to include the migrants, to include the young peoples, to include workers who haven't progressed sufficiently in improving their skills. So I think this should be in the center of how we're dealing with things, and we need to continue to deal with the recovery based on these things in order for it to be sustainable. Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor to Alicia Montalvo. And we have to clarify that you are here now in a transition into your new position, which you will start, I think, next week as the head of climate change at CAF. Yes, thank you very much. Well, in a responsible transition. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the president of CAF, Mr. Diaz Granados, and the vice president, Cristina Asinelli, for putting all their confidence in me to be able to carry out this very complicated work. But it's so passionate and full of such a lot of expectation to convert CAF into the green bank of the region. I think that in times of uncertainty and in changing times, which we saw in the previous panel, it's key to be able to offer spaces of reference, which CAF represents multilateralism spaces, not just to, have lots of different networks, but also this multilateralism where we need to look for solutions. And I think it's very important, and using the UN language, to find common solutions that are differentiated. Why? Because the impacts are never the same. The vulnerabilities aren't the same, and the vulnerabilities are physical, but they're also economically. Mainly in Latin America is the region that has suffered much more the COVID impact. And now, in the Ukraine invasion, there are contradictory effects that we still don't know how they're going to affect our region, but I'm sure without a doubt they will affect it. Within this context, there are problems which already existed, but what's happening is that they have magnified, food security, the supply chains are broken down, and especially energy, because that's in the center of all debates. Energy has to be clean, affordable, accessible, but above that, they have to have energy. And I think that it's very important to take into account the view of Latin America. Maybe we could say that in this time of uncertainty, and CAF is a place that could be considered to be a benchmark to offer stability and security. I think that the financial reactivation plans have to be green and sustainable. The Secretary of State has mentioned the next generation. And obviously, this is a very strong instrument that puts energy and sustainability and environmental issues right in the center. But 40% of the funds for next generation have to be spent on green projects. Well, at least that's how it is in Spain. And that's what's been done in Spain. And that is the objective that CFF established, that 40% of their financing has to be for green financing by the year 2026. We're starting at a level that could be around 20%. But also it's true to say that we have to think properly about this taxonomy. What do we consider to be green? What is the actual language related to that? I think there's a lot of space for working. At the moment, the definition of what is sustainability and what is green, well, this is derived from international debates where there's been a predomination of a vision that is based on eliminating fossil fuels, mainly. But there are lots of other issues that are in the center of climate change. These are the impacts of climate change, of course, everything related to infrastructure projects, which include this type of math issues, engineering projects, sophisticated projects. And we have to see what the impact is going to be on climate change, as well as on other things. But also what's been mentioned, that Latin America contributes very little to greenhouse gases. I think only it's 8%. And so their contribution comes mainly from farming and the changes of uses of the land. It's already been mentioned. But here there needs to be a transition too. It's just not an energy transition. It's a transition of how we can increase the border between farming without, well, obviously there's a lot of deforestation too, but for all this we have to have a right view of Latin America on climate change and sustainability. And I think that CAF is the institution that truly will offer the space at the moment for one important reason. It is always based on a dialogue with countries. It's got a lot of capillarity, the idiosyncrasy of each and every one of the countries, the technical staff. What I'm seeing is that I haven't actually started my job yet, but I know the technical people perfectly know all the administrations, the communities, the cities. They know exactly what the needs are. And sometimes they just can't fulfill them with the tools they have. So you have to look for more tools, you have to establish some sort of different dialogue. And we should really also set ambitions, which is key. And so this is the signal that comes from this 40%, as we already said. I'm sure we need to generate confidence, to generate finance, also inclusion. You can't talk about ambition without inclusion because you can't exclude anyone. Inclusion in the public and private sector, as well as the rest of the community. And to go from ambition to inclusion, I think we need to talk about transition. Transition, fair and responsible. It also has to be one of the key actions for CAF. I'm joining full of hope and expectation, and I hope this objective of 40% by 2026 will in fact even be 50%. I'm delighted to listen to people like you who have so much experience and who really know the reality in the region. Well, thank you very much, and I think you've got a lot of work ahead of you. We have 10 minutes left. Now I'm going to divide the panel ideas into two. One is a new social contract, which was mentioned before, and it's being debated on a lot in the region. And also we have the two Adrianas and Gabriela talked about this. So there's demand for more universal policies and health. Of course, we have had the pandemic, and then need to have more investment in education because it's really been affected by the pandemic. And also, everything's going up. The cost of money goes up. We have to pay off our debts, which is going to cost us money. Is limited, and taxes have been increased in the region, which is politically complicated, especially in Colombia. So, Gabriela and Adriana, what do you have to prioritize in all these complex problems to get a new social contract? Well, I think what is important, which I said at the very beginning, is to center on human beings. And I think to make human beings the priority, you need to have an essential investment in education. I've already said this, but the impact of the pandemic has been disastrous because we've had to close schools. They were established priority at the time for health security, but obviously that's going to have severe effects. So I think that what is very important with the limited resources that we have, we need to establish a priority as far as education is concerned. So for me, that's what will allow us to put the situation behind us. Or it won't be an effect of tomorrow or the following year. No, we will see this over the next few years. But this priority, as we've said, the region has been focused on stopping. They put out a new fire, another fire, and another fire, but they never focus on what we said earlier, on fighting to reconstruct the social fabric, to really fight against the problems of migration and irregularities. So I really think that should be one of the priorities of the region. And again, it's something that we can't do as islands. We can't achieve it just as Colombia or El Salvador or Mexico, not even as Latin America. This has got to be something that's part of an alliance, as was said in the previous panel, for Latin America, which is Spain, for example, in this Ibo-American space. It's a great challenge that we have ahead of us, and our General Secretary is here listening to us. This is a great challenge, and it's very demanding, and we have to share and all come to an agreement in doing a similar thing, because we all have similar structural problems. Thank you very much. Well, I think what we have to prioritize is to increase the competences of governments and the resources of governments, because at the end of the day, the world is so complex. Because if we have climate change transition policies, they don't just happen because we have social resistance. If we take out these subsidies to fossil fuels, who suffer? Well, those who've got less income. So we need competent governments. Not competent as far as how they design public, effective policies. No, those who can understand these interrelations between different so complex systems. Because what's happened is that we have a way of organizing governments all around the world. They're in, like, if they're in silos, and the General Secretary says one, the Environmental Secretary says something else, but there's no integration or understanding between the different systems, and there's no interaction. And, we have to, because obviously it's so complex that we need to deal with this with special tools. And, and governments all over the world have to look at this, because I think they've all stopped investing in their own. Marina Mazzucato said that should we outsource government competences to McKinsey? Well, but we do know that the government doesn't have these competences. And also the fiscal policy, because, the taxes collected in the region is very low compared with the average of the advanced countries. So if we want better tools to make decisions, also what I would say, we need to go away from this linearity, because what concerns me is we're all going to say, oh, yeah, we're already grown, we've grown, right, we're growing. That's the headlines. We've got perfect headlines, because we're all exhausted. They're exhausted for all the effort that's had to be put in. But I think we need these small, minor details and a good analysis. And I think that's very, very important. Thank you, Adriana. I think there's a first or a top priority, which is to contain inflation, because that is the most regressive tax there is. The impact on the more vulnerable segments of the population is tremendous. So I think that all efforts done by the governments at that moment to achieve the stabilization I think it's something that is most urgent. I agree with what Gabriela said about strengthening the government's competences. And there I would also add something, which is I think we should always pay more attention to the local governments, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who have the responsibility of the immediate delivery to the citizens, and on many occasions, in the rural sectors, the rural areas, because they don't have the tools or the instruments that are required to be able to govern with just minimum standards of quality of how they actually, deliver public services to the population. So I think that there is an aspect that is very relevant there with this new social contract. Thank you very much. Angelis, can I just make the most of your technical knowledge? And I would like to ask you a question that's been in my mind for a long time now. They talk a lot about the hydrogen power in Latin America. Somebody said early, it was just round the corner. Is it always going to be round the corner? Or is it actually going to be on the corner, not just round it? So, what can you say about that? Well, I was surprised in the debate without green hydrogen, because it's just unique. Well, before I talk about hydrogen, let me talk about the way towards decarbonisation, because I think the route for decarbonisation, and hydrogen will come up, the first one is the electrification. So what do we know how to do with today's technology? Today we had to produce electricity cheaply and competitively with renewable energy. And I think at the moment it's the cheapest way of producing electricity in the majority of the geographies all around the world. In Spain, for example, we have 70% of our electricity production, including nuclear and renewables, is emissions-free. So if you drive an electric vehicle in Spain, it's the most efficient manner of getting around. So, and we're talking about environmentally speaking. So I think the route, first of all those things that could be electrified should be done like that. And there's a long way ahead, because we now have the technologies, climatization in businesses, in homes through heat pumps or aerothermic systems, which are much more efficient than gas-based systems. Also transport, light transport, passenger transport, and the medium distance can also be done with electrically fueled vehicles. So what else can we do? Well, there's lots of different parts. A lot of use of fossil fuels that can't be replaced by clean electricity. A lot of uses, for example, in industry, in heavy industry, in the high temperature furnaces. So there is where we have an opportunity for hydrogen. So in the engineering schools, there's a process which is called water electrolysis. So it means if you get electricity via water, you can get oxygen and hydrogen using the same processes. What happens? Well, this process hasn't been developed on an industrial level competitively. It's much easier and cheaper at the moment to produce hydrogen from a process which is called a methane change, which is natural gas. In as far as green hydrogen, which is basically said on electrolysis, these electrolyzers, and when they start to be developed, like we developed, the wind turbines and wind energies years ago in Spain, and initially they weren't competitive, they did lots of subsidies, but when we start to develop green hydrogen, maybe with public-private partnerships, well, I'm sure then we will get a competitive green hydrogen over the next 4 years. Don't ask me when, but without a doubt, it is an energy vector that has a role to play. Tomorrow. Well, I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow, medium term. But I'm sure that it has a role to play depending on how much we're able to invest, especially in the technology, to ensure that in big volumes, with a lot more expertise, and in industrial development, that the cost to manufacture hydrogen go right down. Well, thank you very much. Okay, we've just all been educated. Alicia, you have the last word. On your new position, where do you think you're going to find more difficulties? A lack of political interest, resistance, a lack of projects? What? Well, I think the most important thing is the commitment that has been taken on has been accepted by the shareholders. So it's not just an institutional commitment. No, it's a shareholder one. So based on that, I think there is a commitment from the ministers who at the end of the day decide which projects are considered a priority. Because previously we said that projects related to sustainable recovery, etc. There's a commitment, but also you have to work to ensure that this commitment becomes a reality. And that's where I think there's an important challenge, because you need skills, technical resources. And I think that could be the most difficult thing, to make sure that this, which is an objective that everybody shares, obviously it needs to be transferred into the agendas when they're establishing priorities, to ask for loans. Within the institution itself, I think that magnificent work has been done about awareness raising to include the cross-cutting of all climate change, because it affects everything: gender, infrastructures, energy. I think a change will also be needed there, because at the end of the day, maybe you have to invest more resources so that the project that includes these variables is green. So I would say that the main difficulty will be having the resources, human resources and economic resources, so that this knowledge and this training can become a reality. And I think it's very important to work hand in hand with other institutions and to establish alliances with other, should we say, climate-related funds. But I think maybe what we need is time. But being a commitment that's been put out in the open by the shareholder companies, I really don't think there should be too much resistance to it, or just a little resistance, not a lot. Well, so as you say, you just need time. Well, for me, it's been a true pleasure to share this panel session with you as a moderator, not just because it's been interesting, but also all of you have been highly disciplined with your time. And I have to conclude by saying that if it was a panel full of men, it would have happened differently. So I thank you very much to all of you. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for our speakers and the moderator for his participation. We'll be back in a minute.
Would our audience kindly take your seats? Thank you. We need to continue.
Vayan tomando asiento, por favor, porque estamos a punto de dar inicio al segundo panel titulado El valor global del español. Y para ello invitamos al escenario a Juan Fernández Trigo. Silencio, por favor.
Silence, please.
Agradecemos su colaboración para poder continuar con el acto.
We thank you for your collaboration. We would like to continue with this scheduled event.
Gracias. Tomen asiento, por favor.
Kindly take your seats.
Bien, les decía que vamos a invitar al escenario a Juan Fernández Trigo, secretario de Estado de España para Iberoamérica y el Caribe y el español en el mundo, a Dan Restrepo, exdirector Tomen asiento, por favor, y si pueden guardar un poco de silencio, es un poco difícil si no poder continuar.
And please lower your voices.
Bien, ya tenemos en el escenario, como pueden ver, a Juan Fernández Trigo, secretario de Estado de España para Iberoamérica y el Caribe y el español en el mundo, a Dan Restrepo, exdirector para asuntos del hemisferio occidental del Consejo de Seguridad Nacional de Estados Unidos, Cristina Galac, comisionada especial para la Alianza por la Nueva Economía de la Lengua. Y déjenme que les comente que también iba a estar en este panel Concepción Andreu, presidenta de la Comunidad Autónoma de La Rioja, pero se ha encontrado con una emergencia en La Rioja precisamente y ha tenido que quedarse para atender esta situación. No podrá estar con nosotros, pero sí presento a Richard Benjamin, jefe de inteligencia artificial y estratega de datos de Telefónica, y a Michael Stott, editor para América Latina del Financial Times, quien será el moderador
Latin America Financial Times, who will be our moderator. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And let me begin by promising, as an English speaker, I'm going to moderate impartially. very impartially. I'm not going to say anything about the English or Spanish language. And then secondly, I had to learn Spanish in Madrid. I went to a private school, very academic with a good languages department, but as of that point afterwards, Spanish was not offered as a foreign language. Foreign languages were to the German, Russian, Italian, and French, not Spanish. Now, in England, Spanish is actually going to become the foreign language that is most taught. I think that is interesting. I think that tells us how things have changed, how Spanish is increasingly important. We have a wonderful panel of experts. They're going to be talking about this issue from different points of view, from the point of view of Spain, of the United States of America, the private sector. I think that we can begin then by asking Christina Kayak for a brief address. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you also for allowing me to address an issue which I think perhaps sounds a little bit odd. The Alliance for the New Economy of the Language. I think that what is most important about this is new, the word new. What does new mean? Well, it's not the contrary of old. No, it's the contrary of not new. What is the economy? Well, what we do with the potential of Spanish. We teach Spanish, we talk Spanish, we have an industry that is related with all of those aspects that are so important for the Spanish language. There's tourism. But if we were to be brave, and now not only do we need to be brave, we also have access to the financial tools, we can plant the seeds for this new economy to blossom. And this new economy is the conjoining of language and digitization, language and artificial intelligence, language and everything which has to do with the tech world. This opens doors to a tremendous degree, above and beyond the economy of the language. So how are we going to go about this? Well, especially we are going to achieve this with public monies. And what's terrible about the pandemic is that it was a terrible blow. What's good about the pandemic is that it has ensured resources that we would never have had access to and which we can actually devote to transforming. So those resources from the next generation are not the same as what we would want for new activities. It's something else. So what is this transformation? It's all about creating. It's all about the fundamentals, the infrastructure of the new economy, which is to build corpus of data at the end of the day based on natural language, and these bodies of data will be applied to our life in the future. Our life in the future. We're going to ask our voice assistant to set up an appointment with the eye doctor, and we can say, well, Spanish or Catalan or Basque, and we want the machine to understand us whether we speak Mexican Spanish, Uruguayan, Colombian, or me. I have a slightly Catalan accent when I speak in Spanish. So it's absolutely essential to gather as much data as possible. This industry with this end and build those bodies of languages of all kinds, all manner. And invest in those industries that are going to have a repercussion on us in the future. Our friends from Telefonica know a lot about this because there are companies that are already doing it. There are governments that are doing it. The Basque government, the Catalan government, the government in Galicia and in Spain, the Royal Academy of the Spanish language, but we're not doing it massively in order to truly be transformational. What we want is to turn the language into the fuel of the new revolution. A fuel which is not going to be toxic, it's not going to pollute, it's going to be a clean fuel which is going to do something that I think we do very well. We're going to be looking at Ibero-American, we're going to mobilize all of the Spanish speakers possible. And we can then think about working in science and then many other fields as well. So this is something which is new. This is something which has already been launched, but the opportunity now exists to multiply it. And it has fantastic strategic value. Because if not, what are we going to talk in the tech world? What language? What language? In English. That's right. And that is something which we cannot allow. And I'm sure that we're not going to allow for this. Well, thank you very much, Cristina. We have with us the Secretary of State, Juan Fernandez Trigo, a distinguished Spanish diplomat. Mr. Secretary, you know, because you know your history, that languages and the clout of languages tends to follow at the heels of commercial power, commercial clout. Now there's China. How can Spanish counterattack? Well, I think that Spanish, I would like to say that Spanish is reacting very obviously. It is counterattacking. As of 1990 and until today, the number of Spanish speakers in the world has grown by 240 million persons. So we are at practically 600 million Spanish speakers, of whom nearly 500 are native speakers. Their mother tongue, the first language they learned, was Spanish. It is number 3 on the internet. It is one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations. But one of the things I point out systematically is that being self-complacent because you read these data is a great mistake. What we need to do now, I think, is acknowledge that we were a country who woke up a little bit late. For 30 years now, we've been talking and hearing talk about francophones. And now, I think, we have finally become aware of the strength implicit in languages for export purposes. Statistics tell us that in a country such as Mexico, we export 5 times more, Spain does, than what other countries export, similar countries, and that are just as distant in Asia. We invest 100 times more, Spain, than other Asian countries would. Countries, and this of course does not include China, countries that are more or less our size. What does this mean? Well, what this means is that we need to really make an effort to ensure that we are systematic in our approach, because there are many initiatives taking off now, because awareness has been raised, so we might multiply. And what really matters is that there might be many of us, but we all have to be going down the same path. So, for instance, we've seen that there is great interest in sub-Saharan Africa. There's some 2 million students of Spanish in Africa. 1,800,000 of them are in sub-Saharan Africa. We need to respond to this demand. We need to do something about that. Also, there's the English-speaking Caribbean, which is very close to a Spanish-speaking world, and again here, we might have an interesting opportunity. The USA, by 2060, is going to be the second largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. Nearly 30% of the population, 27-point-something% of the US population will be Latino, which means that we need to focus on this. It's not about a proliferation of Spanish centers to learn Spanish. There's much more. Accreditations, being sufficiently aware of the fact that certificates and certifications are important. So ensure that whether we were the ones who taught these persons Spanish, we need to be in a position to certify that they are proficient in Spanish. There is an opportunity out there. We cannot just say, let's wait and see, because we've been waiting and seeing for a long time. We were a country It's important to say that it's not only our language, it is the language of an entire continent, the tongue of an entire continent. We have benefited from a series of natural dependencies. There's been migrations, there's globalization, there's travel, there's societies coming closer and closer all the time. The success of Spanish tourism, student exchange programs. It's important to remember that there is a Spanish success story among youth who come to have a good time, yes, but also to complete their university studies here. So that has contributed, if you will, spontaneously to Spanish language being fashionable, I would dare say. But we have a long way to go. We need to work hard and we need to be imaginative. And of course, we need to pick our battles. For instance, in the International Court of Justice, where there are very many Ibero-Americans who have cases involving them, must do so in English or in French. This Court of Justice depends from the UN. Therefore, the bylaws say that any one of the official UN languages may be the language of the court case, which is why I say we need to work, we need to think about these initiatives that will bolster all of us in the world of arbitration. 25% of international arbitrations involve Latin American countries, and again, there it's practically only English that is used. So there are battles to be fought. We believe that we would be successful enough, and I repeat, we cannot afford to be complacent. We have to do our best to ensure that we continue to progress. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think that that's very important when you talk about the world of diplomacy, the world of international agencies and bodies. But among that community, we would see the Hispanic community in the USA, which is growing all the time, not only in terms of numbers, also in terms of importance, in terms of political and economic clout. And we have an expert with us, Dan Restrepo. Can you talk to us? Yes, let me say that I think what's most important is to acknowledge that it is not a Latina community in the USA. We are very many communities, Latino communities in the States, which means that we have multiple generations. We have many different countries, although 2/3 are originally from Mexico, but even so, having Mexican ancestry might well mean that your family has lived in the same place for 8 generations. The first 5 in Mexico, and the more recent 3 in the USA, because they went to sleep in Mexico, and in 1848 they woke up in the United States of America. So there is a percentage of Mexican American communities who say, well, our current ambassador in Mexico today says we didn't cross the border crossed us. And you also have the recently arrived, or the Central American families who've just arrived, or the Venezuelans who just arrived. You have the Cuban exile communities, the Nicaraguan exile communities, up to a certain point. So you have a series of populations who live in different parts of the States in different circumstances. It is extremely, extremely important to understand this important fact. I think it's also important to understand the context, how we live as Latinos in the US. Right now in the States, there is a debate that is literally raging as to what we are as a country. What are we going to become? What are we going to do as a country? In other words, are we going to continue to put up with a system that has concentrated power in the hands of Anglo men? Or are we going to become something else? Are we going to transform into a country in which power is shared among the diverse many? This is the fundamental debate that is currently raging in the States now. It is very complex. And you can imagine that the implications are far-reaching and dangerous, and we are living it in real time. Spanish language, the essence of Latino, of course, has an important role in this conversation. Of course, the diversity of the USA, to a very great degree right now, is the most important minority in demographic terms. That's us. That's Latinos. We are 19% of the population. 19. In some parts of the country, in California, say, that has the highest population, Latinos actually are the largest demographic group of all living in California. And there is a counter reaction to that, because we've seen in relative and absolute terms the importance of Latinos, but we've also seen a geographical dispersion of the Latino population in the States. If we go back to the year 2004, we see this counter reaction, a nativist one. One of the effects, perhaps paradoxical, of this process is that it created a Latino identity in the US. Before the year 2000, it's very difficult to find a quote-unquote Latino. You found a Mexican American, a Cuban American, a Puerto Rican, a Colombian American, whatever. But it was very, very difficult to run into someone who said, I am a Latino. Now, it's much more easy, because we were attacked. And those who attacked did not differentiate among the different countries of origin, the different countries of legacy. And something else that's happened at the same time is the flowering of the language among different generations of Hispanics in the States. The US is a machine that assimilates, and this is part of the success of the country. It is, as they say, the melting pot. But what we've seen over the past 40 years is, if you study the levels of English and Spanish spoken by Latinos in the States, this is according to the census information, you'll see two things. First, you see how English has just shot up in all Latino communities in the States. So the knowledge of English, the proficiency in English has just grown and grown and grown. And there's been a slight decrease, but a decrease, of Spanish spoken at home. So we go in 1980, Latinos in the States, 75% of Latinos in the States said, we speak Spanish at home. Now it's 70%. So part of that is the recovery of your language as a part of your Latino identity, as a reaction to the reaction in the face of that dispersion and nativism, which unfortunately is something that we live with on a daily basis. This has political implications, social, cultural implications, economic implications. We can talk about them if you want afterwards in the conversation. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. Now, Richard Benjamins, from Telefonica's point of view, let's see the internet, the electronic dimension of Spanish as one of the languages that is most used on the web. Tell us about your challenges. Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I am one of those 100 million who do not have Spanish as a mother tongue. I'm going to talk about the new economy, and I'm going to focus on technology and on AI. When I was invited to this panel, I did a little bit of research regarding the value of Spanish, and there is a study which was coordinated by Telefonica Foundation. It ran for 10 years, and 3,500 pages were the result. Now, of course, we've heard interesting information here. 10% of the GDP, second language on the internet, but it multiplies a lot, those exchanges, because it makes investments smoother, and other things about Spanish which other languages don't share, which is it's all very well regulated globally by the Royal Academies and all of the different associations, all the different academies. So there is a set of rules, and this is And this is why Spanish has not been fragmented, not English, not French. There is one dictionary that is the formal one. There are other commercial dictionaries, and this is an asset. This is an asset which we need to understand and which we need to showcase. Apart from this normal economy, financial issues and so on, we have Spanish in the digital world. So automatic translation, different applications that help us to edit, that make suggestions, virtual assistants, it's huge, it's huge. Why? Because technology over the past 10 years has improved tremendously. AI has just blossomed with natural language, and over the past 3 years, it's been a quantum leap. It's impressive what the different AI models can actually achieve. This is important, and furthermore, this economy of natural language, not digital, is growing. There are hundreds now of millions, and our forecasts are that growth is just going to be huge, 30, 40% on a yearly basis. Now, the fact of the matter is the value of this new economy, it is going, of course, to the big techs, and they are based in the US. So Alexa, Microsoft corrects us when we type away, Siri says hello and goodbye, and a lot of these companies, of course, have Spanish as a second language, and they have a model which is Spanish from Spain, Spanish from Latin America. They call it ES Latam. Now we know it's not true because Spanish is not the same in all of the different Latin American countries. So this is something that we need to bear in mind. And then there's another risk, which is the risk of losing unity. These companies, at the end of the day, they do a good job, but their incentive is commercial. So Siri doesn't talk like Alexa does. Google doesn't correct as Microsoft does. And actually, what we've done is we've analyzed and we've seen that if you look for words that Microsoft does not recognize, well, they give you a red line. When we write, we don't want that red line, so we do away with that until it goes green. But if you look it up in the Spanish official dictionary, the Royal Academy, well, it is a valid word. So we're actually impoverishing the language. And there's a loophole there because artificial intelligence learns from what we generate. So if we no longer type a word, the machine will not learn the word and will no longer suggest it. So this is a negative, a very negative loophole. And there's a kind of going viral of errors. On the social media especially, we write worse and worse. If machines learn all of these mistakes, they might make recommendations of actual errors. Now, the Royal Academy of Spanish and other academies have circumvented this problem, but it's difficult. What the Royal Academy did was set up a project with Telefónica. It's called LEIA, Lengua Español Inteligencia Artificial, Spanish language artificial intelligence, to encourage these large companies and tell them, don't use any algorithm, don't use just any dictionary, please focus on the resources available within the Spanish Royal Academy of the Tongue. So if you go to Microsoft and you look for the word factura, bill or invoice, it will be the RAE definition. In many countries, factura is what we think it is, but in Argentina, it's actually a bun that you enjoy with your coffee. You learn all these interesting things. And if we go to a cell phone, if we have an Android, we use Gboard. That's the Google keypad. And all they do is refer to the internet. There was an experiment, and what we did was we intruded a lexicon based on the Royal Academy dictionary. We pumped it into Google, and as it turns out, it has added 200,000 new words that Google didn't know. So these things are good. These things are fine and good because it actually does improve the Spanish language and it does overcome some risks. Of course, you have Twitter, you have Meta, it's going to be an observatory of the use of new words in Spanish. And of course, Meta is going to use the language and ensure that it's spoken in the metaverse. That's not enough. We're correcting those companies that now have power over Spanish. But what we need to do is take the reins in the Spanish-speaking world, which is why it's so important to have PERTE, that Christina made a reference to, because it is a unique instance which will allow us to join forces, work together in order to build and recover and ensure that we avoid these risks. I think that this is extremely important, but we have to do things right. The risk that exists is doing something, say, for the healthcare system, for the tourism sector, for the legal sector, and we're going to build verticals, pigeonholes. What we need to do is a holistic effort. Have one single corpus or body, a general one, that commingles everything in the National Library, in the media, and perhaps supervised by the Royal Academy to avoid biases and mistakes, and above and beyond that, create applications and models that are sectorial, which source themselves on that single model. Because now these robust models with OpenAI, with Microsoft, Google, and Facebook, well, that's good, but they have to be here where we have a robust computational center. And furthermore, these applications and corpuses or bodies have to be fair in social terms, and they have to be respectful. Because running a model which is so robust, which underlies all search engines, doing it once costs 10 million euros and 10 months in electricity. So we have to be aware of this. We need to use it in a way that is not only fair, but also responsible.
Well, thank you very much. It's true to say that electronic dictionaries can be a punishment. It can be a Financial Times experience. We wrote a story about Colombia, and we had the two, we were talking about potatoes in Colombia, and they called them papas. And in the dictionary, the electronic dictionary, they said they have to be papas criollos in vez de criollas. It's a difference in the A and E and how you end up writing words in Spanish, which have different meanings. So this happened all the time. So I think it's a big source of error, all these electronic dictionaries. But anyway, Christina, can you talk us a bit more about this PERTE and what it is actually in difference in practice? Well, I would like to mention a few aspects that are essential related to this PERTE. It's something that is fundamental in the public life. And now we're in an event that's organized by a bank, about the economics and finance. So what is? Work together with public and private partnerships. The PERTE, which is the new economy of languages done with public funds that are given by the European institutions, the European funds, and we apply them to a series of activities to strengthen the new economy of Spanish and the co-official languages that exist in Spain. And as our Telefonica friend said, this has to be done so that you can have the true transforming element with the private sector, with these small advanced startups, because they identify, as they have young people working for them who are really daring. They know a lot about machines and the apps. They make great apps, and there are other bigger companies, but also the big companies are also working on this. So this is a fundamental element of a public-private partnership, which at any moment in time, well, especially after the pandemic, we've realized the value of what is public. So now we have to go hand in hand with the private sector, because otherwise we won't be able to carry out this transformation. So these 100 million that have been assigned to the PERTE could multiply. For me, another important value. Well, sorry, I'm going to correct myself. No, they should they should multiply this amount. When we talk about Spain, Spanish, we're talking about the language that's spoken in Spain, but as well as the Spanish spoke outside Spain. So the language has a true power to it as a community, as a cultural value, as a value to have a common view of things. And that's going to strengthen us. If we talk, for example, we talked in the previous panel about a unified view, taking into account the challenges we have ahead. Language is really going to help us to carry out this role. In many occasions, we can overcome political problems if we speak the right language, because through speaking the same language, we can collaborate extremely well. In the Spanish case, well, here in the audience, there are a lot of people who are from Latin America, but in the Spanish case, it allows us to work so well with the co-official languages like Catalan, Euskera, the Basque language, and Gallego, which is from Galicia, which allows us to have an extraordinary union with Portuguese. And through that, we have energies that can also be transferred via the private sector to strengthening this community, which the CAF today wants to put a value on and deal with the issues that we're dealing with. So for me, it's very, very important as a political instrument, as an instrument which is technological, to join language and a technology is taking us to a new revolution. And very briefly, if you allow me, we've got a short space of time to actually make the most of this opportunity, as you said, because until 3 years ago, none of this had advanced as it had advanced, but now we have the resources and we should use them. And I really think in the next 2 or 3 years will be decisive, and I think they're going to mark the difference. Thank you very much, Christina. So, dear Secretary, talking about official languages, you have spent your professional career as a diplomat. Why is Spanish up until now never managed to break down the barrier of French, should we say, that exists all over the world? Because it's an overrepresented language. You know, that is obviously what it says in the statistics, because there's so many French-speaking people over the world, but it's still maintained as one of the 2 languages of works at the United Nations. It's an official language in many institutions. So why is it French and not Spanish? Well, the big European countries, like the Great Britain and France, are the 2, well, they were the 2 big powers in the world for a long time now, internationally, of course, especially in the diplomatic world. You know, French in some moments in time in the past, but now it's been overcome by French because it was called the vehicular language. And if you read the Russian literature, you can see how important French was in a country like French in the 19th century, where you have complete paragraphs in French in Russian novels, and also it was considered to be the language of the highly educated classes. So also they always knew how to get a lot out of something that's not so important. This is so important to the national cohesion. It was a very important strategy in those days. France has invented this French-speaking places 30 years ago, but on the educational level, and to convert the French lycées all around the world into an element for foreign policy all around the world of good quality. Yesterday, Macron said that he had given instructions recently to the fact that he wanted a center that would promote French of whatever nature was necessary in any city that had over 1 million inhabitants. So therefore, that's the difference. As I said earlier, we woke up too late. You have to recognize that. But the French, in everything related to defending everything they have, from the cuisine. I had an ambassador that said if we were French, the chorizo would be like pâté. It would be something thin, fine, and you would put it on beautiful places in the typical cocktails. But of course, that's where we have our chorizo, as something you have to eat it in rather than a fine table. So, what you have to do is defend what is yours. Well, I love chorizo, by the way. Well, yes. Dan, you said that the United States is a machine to take things in. How can you maintain the identity, the culture of the Spanish Latino in the Latino community? Because the American Latinos have integrated very quickly, and a lot of times the children lose their parents' language. Is that changing? Yes, I think it is. As I said before, because some of the, this Latinism that we have found between the Latin in the United States for the last decade and a half, well, obviously this has intensified over the last few years. Part of what you see, you're seeing now that they're recovering their language. And I can see this amongst friends and specifically between Mexican Americans of different generations. All of a sudden they find there's an interest in learning the language. And you can see that the way they want to maintain their language. The natural growth of the Latin population in the United States now is much more than the growth that comes from immigration. So therefore, over the last decade, we grew 9 million Latinos were born in the United States, and only 3.5 million, entered as migrants in the country. But 60% of the Latinos who were born in the United States speak Spanish at home. 91% of them speak English in a quite technically reasonable manner. But they have usually two things: the fact that they can, where the English is dominant, and it's sort of a way into society if you can speak good English. But I think now we're seeing that there is a recovery of Spanish because this is part of this new identity and this new Latin identity in the United States. And I think that the dynamics that have taken us up until this point are going to continue because all of a sudden, as I say, this is a debate here. Who are we as a country and who we're going to be? And that isn't solved not in 1, 2, or 3 elections. That is solved over a series of generations. So this is work for the future. So I think that both things will continue to be true. The ability of the United States to, assimilate things, and this is going to be a very important factor, but also the connectivity. And finally, talking about technology. In the United States, the Latinos in the United States, we are those who are overrepresented in digital platforms. And in WhatsApp, for example. This is a tool for connection between the Latinos in the United States and those who have families in their homelands in Latin America. So we live in an ecosystem which is obviously based on IT, which we share with other countries in the Americas. So I think that too is now starting to explain and help and understand how the two things can happen at the same time, which will become to be similar to the Anglo-speaking world in the United States, but at the same time to maintain or recover the Spanish language. Thank you, Dan. And from a Telefonica standpoint, I was very interested in what you were saying earlier about the role of Telefonica as a defender of Spanish against these big technological companies in America. Now, you also said that you use a lot the Royal Academy of the Spanish Dictionary, but how do the other variants of Spanish, which, in Latin America, we don't have an official dictionary. So how do you work out all these different versions of Spanish? Yes, they do have dictionaries, but not official ones. Of course they do. We have the RAE has got 4, because each entry in the Royal Academy of the Spanish Language has exceptions per country. So, because certain things say it's the same for all countries, but they do include, well, say in Chile it says this, and Chile it means something else. So if you go through the dictionary and you look at the words that don't have a special label related to a geography of a country or Argentina, then you have the Argentina dictionary. So what the Royal Academy of the Spanish Language book does, the RAE, it creates a special words for Panama, for Guatemala. And so that is the strength what Spanish has, as opposed to the other languages. For example, French, which is a dominant language, but there's a French Academy that has its dictionary, and the French Academy in Canada has its dictionary, so they could be different. Whereas the Spanish one is one language. Well, obviously it's like German, but it's slightly different because that's not spoken as much. But the RAA really wants to maintain this unity. So now what we should do is to exploit this with differential points, and that needs to be done. And in fact, it is being done. They're updating it. Thank you. And Mr. Secretary, last few words just to bring this debate to an end. You mentioned, with a lot of truth in it, that how these Hispanic world woke up a bit too late after this linguistic battle. What specific things would you like to see over the next 5 years to change this situation? Well, to a certain extent, I think I've already said it. I think that we should never forget that we have an enormous potential through our culture. The Spanish culture, or the Hispanic culture, is especially attractive. For me, personally, the great literary phenomenon of the 20th century has been Latin American literature, which has broken molds, and it has become something that's well worth admiring. And it's not just by chance that this has happened, because this has been supported by Barcelona, because it coincided with a publishing house and the fact that some of the most important literates were living in Barcelona at the time. But I think in general, through culture, also music, cinema, where some of the main producers, according to the UNESCO, or, of feature films, there's been an explosion of the production of films in the Spanish language here. The presence of Latin music just can't be challenged. So we have a lot of elements of penetration that can really strengthen the linguistic side of things. So not the fact that you speak Spanish is important. No, it's to do things that are done in Spanish, and they're also very attractive. And I think that is also an important element. Another one of the things that we need to work on, well, we have, in my opinion, something that's sort of still, when we say the regulated education, it's still really not in full force. We are educating from the standpoint of the primary and secondary education, 90 million people through the Ministry of Education in different formulas, different schools. Some are Spanish. There's certain exceptions, of course. We have lots of actions and activities that can strengthen and manage. And of course, we have the Instituto Cervantes, which is so important, which I think has over 100,000 people who learn Spanish through that. But I'm talking about the official education here in Spain. Still has a lot of potential. And of course, what I do think is important is that we put in a lot of effort jointly together with all the Hispanic country to work along the same lines. Mexico offers 130 million Hispano speakers. We just can't stop working with Mexico and lots of other countries. We are interested not just in communicating more and that our language is the vehicle. No, but it means that our language should, have feedback for ourselves. So we're not just working to ensure that it is just a mechanism for being present. No, we should attend to the demand that was mentioned earlier, for example, in the sub-Saharan Africa. In the sub-Saharan Africa, it just happens that the 15 countries where more students are learning Spanish, 6 of those 15 are African countries. Up until now, nobody had thought why or if Spanish was something that would need to be supported in Africa. Well, as I said earlier, the English-speaking Caribbean. Well, amongst all of us, we should realize that this is history that I said earlier, which is long-term education, culture, to making the most of the resources. So it's not at the moment as if we've got unlimited resources, but once we have, we should make the most of. And this should offer some sort of confidence, but also we should have certain precautions, because the demographic graphics of the Hispanics will go down. So we shouldn't just truly believe that what's happened now, that in the 240 million people that have joined the Spanish-speaking world of the last 30 years is going to continue like that. That's not going to happen. So we need to work so we can maintain the interest in Spanish, even though there will be less Hispano speakers. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I just wanted to say very briefly that the PERTI envisages 14 strategic projects, all of them with a scientific view, teaching Spanish, technology, culture, all the aspects related to universities, and all of that going along the direction that the Secretary of State has mentioned. And culture as to spearhead, should we say, Spain. Well, thank you very much to my panel members. Well, I think we could speak here all night, but I was asked to finish on time. So obviously, in Spanish, I'm going to finish, of course. Thank you very much.
We'd
like to thank the panel members and the moderator for participating. We're now getting to the end of our conference. We'll be back in a few minutes. Call up the panel members of the next block. So now let's start our last panel, which is called A View to the Future of the Region. And to participate, we're going to have Enrique Padilla, who is the former ex-executive president of CAF, the Latin American Director, Enrique, who is the former president of the Inter-American Bank, and Soledad Alvarez, who is the Director of Strategy from the Agencia EFE, which is a news agency. And she is going to be the moderator of this session. Thank you. In the last stretch of this conference today. It's been so interesting, very fruitful. And after having seen a complete panorama in which we've seen the complex global context that we have at the moment, our challenges, we talked about the post-pandemic period, climate crisis, the crisis in the credibility of the democracies, the value of Spanish in this new economy of the language. And so now we just need to talk about a look to the future of the region. We have two people with us here who have dedicated their life and a professional career to Latin America, and they have established alliance for the development of the region. Two wise men, as the executive president said, of the CAF, And I'm sure they've got a lot to say about lessons learned and maybe errors that we shouldn't make again, to have this transatlantic conversion, one that is efficient and sound. So there's no need to introduce them. We have Enrique Garcia, who's the former executive president of CAF, and Enrique Iglesias, who's the former president of the Inter-American Development Bank. He's had lots of positions. Well, now let's talk about the future, taking into account the panorama we have at the moment. But let's try and talk about a future, a specific future. The European Union next year wants to get back to the framework of relationship with Latin America, because for the last 7 years, there hasn't been a summit of that characteristics. And in those last 7 years, a lot has happened. The world has changed considerably. And really, what I would like to do is to consult you, to say, what do you expect from this new meeting? And what should we emphasize on to ensure that this alliance is really useful, fruitful in this scenario that we have at the moment? Thank you very much. And cordial greetings to everyone here today in the audience. I'm very grateful that I've been invited here this afternoon, and also to be here with Enrique, which is something good because we've known each other for years. And we met on a cruise, in fact. He was the captain of the boat, and I was, just his helper. And so, but what was the boat? It was Noah's Ark. So anyway, we've worked on lots of things in the past. But anyway, going back to answering your question, I think that a reflection on really where is Latin America. I've noted that there's a lot of concern when we talk about the pandemic, post-pandemic, etc. But also there is a minor detail that is very important. We're in a new period which has nothing to do with the pandemic. It started many years ago. And it's like the fourth industrial revolution and the gaps that exist between regions and within the regions themselves and within the countries. So the gap has been mentioned incorrectly when we're talking about the economy, etc. But there's also a reality that you need to bear in mind. Latin America in the decade of the 60s was it was the most successful area that was undergoing development. Brazil was the country of the future. Well, great. But where are we today compared to that? The bad news. As a region, we have lost a lot of importance. Just a few quick facts and figures. Firstly, South Korea in 1966 had an income per capita that was almost 4 times smaller than that in Latin America. Today, it's 3 times bigger. And as far as trade's concerned, we represented at the end of the 50s 30% worldwide, and now it's 5%. But, the most sensitive part is related to the fact of the gaps. And it's been said in different sessions today, we've got a high level of poverty, but the distribution of wealth. Well, we are still the region which is, should we say, the worst area. Why has this happened? Well, this just makes us look to the future. Why? Because we've been very complacent. Because we have been highly dependent on raw materials. And in the boom years, instead of using that moment to carry out the structural changes, we were just very complacent. And that has led us to the debt crisis and the losses. Well, Enrique knows a lot about this. So the key question is, what should we do now? And there, you say, what are the main points? Well, I think the main point, number one, is institutional. I think that there are institutional gaps that are very serious, is related to governability. Unfortunately, after the last few years, that's been very obvious. Also, the cooperation and the integration schemes that have been created, and we're now strengthening them for the future because they're really broken down at the moment. So this is where we have our biggest challenge, and this is the approach that I've been repeating over and over. We need a long-term view, but it has to be in a holistic view for the countries, holistic and fully integrated. Because if you look at it, everyone talks about the macro economy on the one side, and then on the other side, they talk about the economic growth, and then somewhere else they talk about the reduction of poverty and equal gender, equal rights, and then we talk about environmental sustainability. But they mix all these things together. So the question is, how do we integrate this? So we need a holistic view, which is macroeconomic stability. Without that, you can't do anything else. So we have to go back. Well, obviously, with the pandemic, we had to wait, but now, too. Economic efficiency, what does that mean? Productivity, investment, technology, etc. 3, social exclusion. And 4, we should have environmental issues, too. Now, when the ministers of finance of the central bank, and they were going on and on talking about the macro scenario, they were very happy. But that doesn't relate to the real situation. So I think that is the main issue that we should talk about. And also, just to end, the relation with Europe needs to be a strong relation, and especially an Ibero-American relation, which started when we held the third Ibero-American summit was held. I think Enrique was leading that, and I think it's very important that needs to be done. Okay, Enrique, so it's an opportunity next year to redefine this alliance and to apply this holistic view. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me today. Congratulations to the CAP for this initiative, because I've always said that the Inter-American Bank, the development banks have to be more than just a bank.
This is important. This is very important, and I think that this is what is actually happening now. It's part of a commitment. It's much more than just lending money. You have to think about action, you have to think about cooperation, and I think the bank is doing a great job. Now, the question you posed, I think, is very important when we think about the relationship with Europe, but it would be interesting to have a little bit of a historical perspective. I like to say that it's important to do something when one is a little bit older. From 1945 until 2020, those 75 years were the most brilliant in the history of mankind ever. Think about that exponential economic growth. Think about the population of the world multiplying by 3, GDP by 10, and average incomes. Well, it's been exponential for most of the population in developed countries. And what is the underlying element? Well, globalization, technology. It was globalization and trade. This is what made it possible for the great powers to come to the surface. The US, Europe, Asia, China. So I think it's fair to say that it is the power of globalization. And also globalization of raw material. Everything was bought. Coffee, wheat, meat, wool. So globalization from the outside to the inside resulted in huge development. And that's what we've seen in Latin America. But of course, underlying that, we saw a middle class. And that was very important for society. And now we have protests. We have the middle classes complaining. They can complain. They can move. They're concerned about losing money and losing status, but then you have the poorer classes who are striving to become a part of the middle class. So I have to insist that globalization has been a spectacular engine. And also, of course, it was an engine for growth for that 1% that accumulates tremendous amounts of wealth. But we need to remember that regionalization is also important. In 1960, remember, we established the agencies, and the Central Americans a little before, and then the Central American group, and then remember the merger, the group of Andean countries, the LAI, which is up and running now. But in general terms, Latin America had to accompany that growth on the basis of its wealth. And we lost the opportunity of advancing at the same pace. That is the fact of it all. So what are we concerned about? What is going to happen in our world today? This terrible, terrible war in Ukraine. What's going to happen to globalization? The two major powers right now in competition. Is it going to be confrontation? And what will happen to us? So those questions, well, we don't have answers for them, but we can reach a conclusion, which is that we need to think about these 650 million persons, and we have to think that that ideal, we will have to adapt it, but we cannot just think about globalization of our natural resources. We need to also think of everything else. Colombia is a great example. Chile is a good example. Mexico is a good example. This is where a growth process was launched that was diversified. But the Latin American countries that focused on globalization have to also focus on regionalization. And it is within this setting that we see that we would have a natural association being established between Latin America and Europe for many reasons. I think that we need to program that, and I think that Europe has to understand that it's of great interest for Europe itself. So we have this tendency towards globalization. We in South America have to think that we are hundreds of millions, we can develop, and we can be a part of the world, always keeping our potential in mind. Yes, but for that regionalization, my question is, are the regional integration formulas that have been tested, the results have been slightly uneven. Would we need a new model? Well, yes. As Enrique said, that dependency on raw material, or think about Mexico and its agreements with the USA, there was an important amount of development, but it's been based on comparative advantages because, of course, manpower was affordable. What we need is to leap and have competitive advantages. And something which is very important when we think about the priorities, it is the importance of institutions. We should talk about this, but we would have to talk about it at great length. But second, education, and skilling. What we must understand is that above and beyond traditional types of education, we need to have ongoing education, skills. Because as Jeffrey Sachs said, if that is not the path we go down, in 5 more years we're going to have an army of unemployed youth, which in the short term isn't really notable. But please observe what is happening to the major chains. And in constructions and logistics, we're not making the effort of training that manpower. That's a very important chapter. And of course, the relationship with Europe, which is fundamental, and with Spain too. This is a crisis. If you think about the issue of global warming, and secondly, the tension between China and the US, which are worsened now because of the war. So what does Latin America do? What can it do in order to avoid being a victim to those tensions? So we look at a number of the countries in the region who interact with the Chinese to a very great degree. We need to be very cautious. We cannot afford to be partisan, well, with the exception of things that are wrong, of course. But Europe, obviously, is the right place to strengthen those relationships. And I think that in the case of Ibero-American, I think that we need to recover decisively that role, ensure that the entrepreneurial sector is encouraged. We need Sahib to help us, but we need stable rules of the game. Direct foreign investment is absolutely essential. Latin America, one of the problems we have is that we don't really save if we compare. say, 18% of the GDP before the pandemic. What about Korea? 35, 40%. How much does Latin America invest? On the average, 19, 20%. We need to invest at least 26, 27%. So if that gap exists, where are the resources coming from? They have to come from abroad. And that is where my alma mater, he had me named minister in my country, so I couldn't stay at the Inter-American Development Bank. But of course you have multilaterals. It's not the amount itself, it is the fact which guarantees that what is happening in many countries actually not happen. Corruption. We need well-studied, well-geared projects. We need rules of the game for the acquisition of goods and services with public international tendering systems. And within that context, I think that the combination of a stronger relationship with Spain, in general terms, I have to say congratulations, because in this conference we're not talking only about macroeconomics and so on. No, we're talking about important issues, human nature, culture, and so on. Well, we talked about the future. I have to talk about new generations, young people, youth, girls, boys. They are pointing their finger at us and they are telling us that we are leaving behind a world which faces environmental difficulties. They are growing up in unequal societies, threatened by the looming disinformation campaigns. As Enrique Garcia said initially, those areas, healthcare, education, equal rights, that be core. That's one question. And secondly, how accountable are companies, Latin American and Spanish, how accountable are they? Well, I think that there is social accountability for sure, because up to a certain point, the possibility of growing and of using the market depends on that. I think that it's important when we think about the needs of the upcoming world. These globalizing currents may very well disappear and confrontations may come to the surface. Hopefully this will not be the case, but the possibility exists for whatever reason. And these are things that affect us directly. This being the case, I think we need to continue to think about, as Enrique said, going in and also seek how we can cooperate, all of us together, understanding that we are part of an important world. Now, 60% of the population of the world is by the Indian and Pacific part of the world. But there will be more afterwards, and then Africa, and then Latin America. It's a very, very important part of the world for everyone. So I think it's fair to say that we need to continue to become more and more global. Let's do so, but let's think about establishing new entities. We're very lucky, but we have to take advantage of these opportunities. To your question, what do companies need to do? Well, they need to really focus on education and skilling. This is an ongoing process, and this doesn't happen in university. This happens in programs that are designed to improve capacities. I see that many successful companies are beginning to do this. They are constantly providing training and updating. If you see what Asian countries do, you go to Singapore, you see the same, Vietnam, the same, how they deal with these realities. Now, another question is, well, you're talking about a long-term vision. It has to be ongoing. How can this happen within a scheme that will really run smoothly and that is furthermore democratic? Because this works fine if you have autocratic governments, because the challenges that the region faces are not going to be solved in 4 or 5 years. No, you're going to need 15, 20 years. How can you guarantee continuity? so as to avoid the recurrent chronic challenge, which is the new head of state, the new minister, the new bartender. The first thing this person does is say, today history begins, and begins to say what he's going to do, forward-looking, but thinking about the voters. They don't talk about the long term. At the Inter-American Development Bank and where I am, often enough we see that governments don't like being asked for feasibility studies because that takes time. And what happens? Well, what happens is you see bilateral funding, this and that, no tendering, and you decide, and that is where corruption seeps in. These are issues that have got to be taken very much into account and avoid what I observe in many of these countries, which is a very short-term vision and which focuses on the upcoming elections. Unfortunately, time has run out, and we have to finish our session before the closing session. But I have a question for Enrique Iglesias. When you think about that new definition of the relationship, that bilateral framework involving Latin America and the European Union, what is the error that we should not make? Somebody said something here. There is no climate change in the world without Latin America. We have 1/3 of the world's drinking water, 1/3 of farmland, 25–30% of forests. Latin America is a linchpin in terms of climate, and that is why we are accountable. But we know that we are also a cultural haven, so we need to insert them into the world, but dynamically speaking. We have budgets, we have good governments, we have good parties, yes, but we also need to have good companies. Corporations need to have a social conscience. Paying taxes is very important, but furthermore, they have to look inwards. So that is important, and that is what we've been doing for years. And yes, we have progressed. As I say, in the corporate world, companies are understanding that they have to be a part of society. And that is why I'm confident when I think about the future. Let me just say that there's enthusiasm in some of the countries that are oil producers, gas producers, and so on. Good news, yes, they've been able to have their economies bounce back. That is good news. The bad news is that they were advancing towards using less fossil fuel, and now, well, we've taken a step backwards. This is a very important issue which needs to be taken into account. So very many challenges, but confidence in the future. I think that that would be a broach for this session. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a los ponentes y a la moderadora por su participación.
Thank you very much to our speakers and to the moderator for your participation. We'll be back soon.
Bien, vamos a dar paso ya a la sesión de clausura.
Now let's go on to our last session. And I now have the pleasure of calling up Antonio Garamendi, who is the president of the Spanish Confederation of the Employers Association.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the CAF for inviting me here this afternoon at this closing session. But it's not actually the closing session because we're going to continue to work. So tomorrow we will be continuing to work on this. Mr. President and the new General Secretary of CEOE and also the Secretaries of State are true masters here, because to put an end to a conference that is so important like today, and after hearing everything we've heard this afternoon, I think things are pretty complicated. So thank you very much, because everyone was really honest and they were bringing up really interesting things. But I think there are fundamental things when you're talking about the world of companies. Now what I'd like to bring up is the issue related to Spain. In fact, there was a panel related to Spanish. We had Cristina Raya, and I think Spanish is our best asset. It's one that we share. It talks about culture, tradition, but it's also a shared asset. And it's an asset that we need to work on. Why? Because as we said, belongs to 500 million people throughout the world who speak it. And also when, it's a language that's studied the most, and we shouldn't have any complexes to be the first, but to be number one. We should have our platforms to work on our different approaches so that the Spanish itself gives us a lot of power, because it's a power behind an economy, because culture is also an economy. And secondly, I think that there is something that is very important, and we've been working at the CEOE with the American Confederation of Entrepreneurs. We were working together, CEGIP, which related to different processes require, from the needs related to the real economy, as Enrique said, not the macroeconomy, but the real economy, where, for example, I have to mention that when we go to the International Labour Organization, well, Spain is a very important country there, but if we go with Ibero-American, they actually pay a lot of attention to us. Because recently we go as Ibero-American because these are processes that we're working on and they're progressing. I'm the Vice President of the Entrepreneurs in Europe. So we're now going to continue to work so that Europe joins together and that we also work in Ibero-America and in Latin America, because none of us can lose our responsibility. And that's come up this afternoon a lot. It's a challenge that we have ahead. And in that respect, it's true. We've got a new revelation, a digital revolution. It's the revolution related to sustainability, the revolution of inclusion, social inclusion, territorial inclusion, which is also very important. And why not say also, it's a revolution of equality. I think those four concepts that Europe has brought up, and Spain has accepted them, and also our companies too, and Latin America cannot be left out. And in the earlier reflection, something that very important was mentioned. It's going to be very difficult to get, not to miss out unless we have information. We need talent too. So really now we need to get prepared so that our people, so that all of us train sufficiently for these new jobs, because the traditional jobs are going to end. When we talk about the automobile industry in Spain, we no longer talk about driving the car, we talk about mobility. I have been fortunate or unfortunate, depends how you're looking at it, to go in a car with a steering wheel, but there was 5G in the city, and I didn't actually have to use the steering wheel, but it was quite impressive. In a few years' time, that's going to be reality. So for that, you need engineers. In Spain, for example, in cybersecurity, we have 225,000 engineers, but we've got 25,000 missing. And in other, we said there's over 100,000 people missing in Spain. We have jobs for them for all these new technologies, and we have to prepare electricians and all these other things related to electricity companies. So we need to offer training constantly. In Spain, I'd like to say that we have signed a very important agreement in this particular case related to social dialogue. I think that social dialogue is key behind a powerful economy, and I think it's the best infrastructure for a country because it generates social peace. In Spain, we've got 15 agreements that have been signed over the last couple of years, and one of them has been the agreement for training, where especially we're going to work on dual training. And what does that mean? It just means not the government will introduce the issues, but the universities, the schools, and the vocational training centers will be able to participate in the entire activity, and where the students will work and we will have to adapt to certifications. So that's the future that we have to work towards. And to do this, it's true, you need investment. And for investment, you need to talk about CAF, because it's a reality. It's an institution that I think in its DNA, it's fair, efficient, sustainable. And we've talked about all these things today, and integration too. And I think, and I've just been talking today and yesterday with the president to promote and to work along these lines, which I think are very important, these financial investments. But now I want to talk about something that's very important. And this is stability. Stability is key. I'm an entrepreneur. I represent the entrepreneurs. It's very difficult for people to invest in a country unless the country has stability. We talk about these special processes, but I should say, don't worry about it, because we like stability. And in that respect, even though we have European funds, because there's margin for investment from them, but we always talk about three concepts that are key. That we need legal security, safety, we need regulatory stability, and we also need quality in our regulations. Why? Because if these three elements, which seem apparently to be so simple, are not there, it will be very difficult for our countries to grow and to develop. And furthermore, when we manage to talk about all these elements that I've just mentioned, I'm convinced that the blight that exists of this, the shadow economy that we talk about in Spain, the informal economy, because it's not solidarity, it doesn't offer any solidarity at all, because the society doesn't flow, so it will be very difficult to progress. I just wanted to say that the employers' associations exist in 4,000. There's 4,500. It's in small, medium, and large-sized companies, and in all different sectors. And we're always going to work based on the criteria, which is very clear, and that is independence. Independence in the sense that no one has to put pressure on us. We go and talk to the different companies. And Enrique said earlier, with a vocation, of course, of social well-being, the objectives 2030 are very clear. The United Nations 2031, Christina knows this very well. The day when I said, oh, no. She said, the companies, we know how to measure these objectives. And we started to work, and we realized that this is a very serious issue. And also we had to do with a sense of state, or even a sense of region, if you want. A sense of state means that we can make mistakes in our approaches, and what I'm saying now, people could make mistakes, or I could make a mistake, and they say, I don't like what this gentleman's saying, but you have to think that we do it because we really think it's good. We're doing it in good faith. We love our country and our Ibero-American community too, and we do everything in good faith. And there's something that's been mentioned, and I think it's key, especially in moments when there's a lot of populism, which is radical things, which is constitutionality. And this is something in the organization that I preside. I think it's something we should take into our mind. Without this institutional loyalty, without this constitutional order, without these regulations and the laws, it would be very difficult to generate the stability that I said is so important. That's where we this is what the entrepreneurs think, the CEOE, who in both the Spain and the Ibero-American entrepreneurs, well, tomorrow will be good to enjoy our meeting. And as I say, I like here to greet the representative of the young people, because obviously they're very important too. And I just wanted to say that tomorrow we're going to invite you to this very important business meeting, and we're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to work with CAF, CAF. Thank you for inviting us here today, General Secretary. Thank you very much. You know you can count on us. And of course, together, we are more. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Garamendi. And let me explain, this is very interesting, everything that we've heard this afternoon. And I assure you that you will find the recording of this session you can see on our website and on our YouTube channel. And now, our final speaker is Christian Azanelli, Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming at CAF, who is going to share some final thoughts with us. Well, thank you so very much. I have to say, at this point, good evening. Hello, everyone in Europe. Good afternoon, Latin America. Hello, Caribbean. I'm going to very, very briefly address you. I'm going to begin at the beginning, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say at the end, because I'm going to quote President Díaz-Granado, who said, "We are convinced that we can achieve what we seek to achieve, which is get this region up and running." Because this institution, which has overcome 3 different stages, first with the founders, a sub-regional bank, a second with Enrique Garcia, who is here with us, and I think we could say that they're celebrating the 20 years after Spain joined. I think it's a very good metaphor for this dream when the institution was established. And then the third stage, in September, Mr. Díaz-Granado wants this new proposal, Latin America and the Caribbean, as we call it now, new historical capitalization, which is going to ensure more resources to the region, new members, and I think that we heard the Vice Minister from El Salvador is very telling. The idea of being a green bank and a blue bank in the region, because we're going to definitely dive into the oceans, and then a profitable bank for all Latin American men and women, and a more humane bank. I'm harking back to some of the ideas that have been shared in the different panels, and I'm not going to summarize anything because I wouldn't want to bore you, but let me go back to the introduction and let me explain that the introduction actually began yesterday when Spain's Vice President and then the Secretary General, the Secretary of State, who was with us in the inauguration, said something lovely about CAF. They said CAF is a bank which is in the hearts of Spaniards. This is important, and I think it is very telling for the work that we are carrying out now and the work we're going to continue to carry out into the future. When we talked about the transatlantic relation, everyone agreed on the fact that we cannot think about the future without Latin America, not only in environmental terms, but also in terms of global problem solving. And definitely the fact that it was mostly women on the panel raised awareness regarding how important it is to provide a solution to the problems people have, the problems that are being suffered in Latin America and the Caribbean. The other panels were also extremely interesting when we talked about the future of the Spanish language, artificial intelligence, how the same language can turn to one side or turn to the other. So we are responsible for ethically availing ourselves of artificial intelligence. That's why today we've signed an agreement with UNESCO. And then the panel, the two Enriques, the good and the bad Enrique, who knows who's good, who knows who's bad. It's impossible to summarize that, because I have to say that, as always, Enrique Iglesias, Enrique Garcia, thank you very much. You truly are two maestros. I can't summarize anything, because each word that you speak out is a lesson in history, past, present, and future. We're working with Sergio Diaz-Granados, who knows what the challenges are. He's liaising the past with the present, what made this institution fantastic, with the present, what we're doing now, and with the future, which is our objective. And as Sergio said initially, this is this booster of spirituality, because we were with His Holiness, and whenever His Holiness is asked about do we think optimistically or pessimistically at the future, he says you shouldn't be a pessimist or an optimist. You need to be hopeful, because what you want is to be hopeful that you will achieve those dreams. And in the previous address, we heard talk about youth. Sergio also availed himself of the metaphor that this institution is mature, but it is as vigorous as youth are. Actually, something interesting happened. We took a photograph with Max and Eugenio and Alejo. I'm not sure where he is, but one general secretary and two ex-general secretaries, former general secretaries. They all worked with Enrique. I believe that this was part of Enrique's training. So this maturity of the institutions, with this thrust, the vigor of youth, we're going to continue to work along these lines, I think brings us to trying to add layers to that dream that was launched by Enrique, and which Enrique Diaz-Granado wants to uphold, give more relevance to Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is why the relationship with Europe is so very important. This is the dream. Tear down the paradigm of not being able to change the environment. It is up to our generation to do something about climate when we think about future generations, because we all live in this same house. And all of this, of course, we need to do keeping the most needy in mind. So we are convinced that we can do it. It's not that we're blinded by our aspirations. It's based on the institution, and we're absolutely convinced that we're going to be successful, because the upcoming stages are going to be stages of collective activities to be carried out by the employees of CAF, entrepreneurs, youth, and so on. So thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen, for having participated. And I said, this is not the end, this is the beginning of something that we together are building. Thank you very much.